Urban Soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Emotions ran high at the Milimani Law Courts on Thursday as the parents of 19-year-old Shukri Adam called for justice over their son's killing. The case, which involves two police officers accused in connection with the incident in Mkuru Kwanjenga, was adjourned to today. The officers are expected to take plea after the ODPP recommended murder charges against them.
Uliwa bure bila sababu na nataka haki itendeke. Juu sio hivi vijana wetu wa kwanza wameuliwa na wanatulia watoto wadogo peke yake. Mimi naomba serikali na watu hapa haki ya kijana wetu ipatikane, waache kutusungusha wakisema kesho kutwa. Naomba serikali haki ya mtoto wetu ipatikane. Isitoshe hata tunaomba rais aingilie ndani, bona mtoto ameuliwa, mtoto mdogo bila sababu. Ninaomba hiyo.
A magistrate's court in Nairobi has declined a request by the National Police Service to stop the use of police firearms records in the inquest into the death of Rex Kanyike Masai, saying the documents are legal and key to the inquiry. Magistrate Geoffrey Onsarigo said the firearms movement registers, which shows how police guns were issued and tracked, were properly produced. Masai was killed along Moi Avenue, Nairobi, during protests against the 2024 finance bill. The United States has praised the key role Kenya played in efforts to restore peace and combat criminal gangs in Haiti. U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau, who visited members of security mission at the National Police Training College in Embakasi, Nairobi County, said Kenya is a critical pillar in global peace and security operations.
On behalf of President Trump, Secretary Rubio, and the people of the United States of America, to recognize your heroic efforts that are giving the people of Haiti a chance. I think there is no way that the very fragile government in Haiti could have withstood the onslaught of these gangs, but for your presence there.
On his part, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen said it's important for such missions to be effective through provision of equipment and other vital resources.
So if there's something we insist as Kenya and we share as experience, is that it is important. It's important to deploy the 5,500 officers, but it's also extremely important to make sure that there is appropriate equipment and resources to support them.
Sustained heavy gunfire and loud explosions have been heard in Niger near the international airport outside the capital Niamey. Multiple eyewitnesses' accounts and videos showed air defense systems apparently engaging unidentified projectiles in the early hours of Thursday. The situation later calmed down, reports say, with an official reportedly saying the situation was now under control without elaborating. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. It's the last day of January. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM and Nairobi, that is. And then Mombasa, we are on 90.7. Alafu kuna mahali panaitwa Garissa, bahali yake. Sisi ako on 89.5. City Muga, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa.
Uko salama bahali yake? Umeacha microphone nyuma.
Tuko na MOU. Ya kwamba nikisonga microphone.
we shall make a special request just for you, CT.
No, I will tie a string.
Yeah, you will tie a string. So when you go, it goes with you.
Yes.
But good morning.
Morning, Paul.
It is the last day of Jan,
Yes.
30th.
Yes.
It is one of those. It's exciting, but also very confusing. You know, because number one, tulikuwa tunadhani Januari itaisha, finally imeisha. I think yesterday Maliba Arnold told us that he felt like he was on the 88th day of January. Things are thick, eh?
You know, our good friend Arnold.
Yes.
Is a man who has worked within government for an extremely long time.
All right.
He didn't start working during the time of Uhuru.
Yes.
Kibaki.
The guy at one point was chairman of the National Youth Council, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But I'm talking about before then. This is a man who is very well versed in statecraft. Very.
Right.
It's one of those people who actually understand statecraft well. But you know, sometimes when you chat with someone that's knowledgeable,
yes,
and also intelligent like Arnold, it is easy to get taken by the things he says, which in and of themselves may be true. But so long as there's inadequate substantiation,
yes,
it's anecdotal. It's his point of view.
Yeah.
Because in all honesty, when I hear people saying the things they say, for instance, it is something that people who claim to be either in the united opposition, ununited opposition, or just plain village variety opposition.
Yes.
Yes. The thing that they say,
yeah,
and they are united in this one,
yes,
on this one, is that this president has done nothing. Even when that nothing can be seen, then there's a Swahili word for a different kisababu kitatolewa. Okay?
All right.
So a lot of the times I'm not sure.
Kisababu is actually a Swahili word.
Yes.
Because sababu I know.
Yes.
But kisababu kidogo hapo. Lakini ni saa tu.
Kisababu ni mtoto mdogo. Kwa sababu yani.
Nakupata sasa.
Umeipata?
Nakupata.
Unajua kuna hii and then kuna kisababu. Lakini so
yes,
unajiuliza kwamba, so when you hear the things that people say and even give details like, oh, this money has been stolen, we all know that the monies that we have never quite go to the projects.
Right.
How do we know? Because a casual lifestyle audit, and here it's not forensic, it's just through simple observation.
Yes.
An observation is an accepted scientific tool for data gathering. Okay? You realize this person and the job they do,
yes,
cannot justify the lifestyle we see.
They live, yes.
It's simply not possible. That lifestyle can't buy you a chopper. It doesn't matter. I mean, the job you do. It doesn't matter what you do.
Yes.
You don't have a business. And if you go into your background, we know your parents were school teachers and they don't have a gold mine in their compound.
Right.
So we understand. Or your father was a prelate. He was a priest.
Yes.
The understanding of things gets to a head when you hear people saying this man lies. Now, you know this one, I'm not sure what they also mean, because is it that he has said something whose fulfillment you have not witnessed?
Yes.
Is it that this is somebody who willfully says something he knows is not true and will not happen? Is it somebody who is saying something that can happen,
yes,
but he's saying it in a way that doesn't get you to understand how it will happen?
Yes.
Or is it somebody who says that something will happen when they know full well it won't happen immediately, but they're hoping that somewhere in the future?
I think it's a combination of all those. To be honest. Remember I told you there's something I think it was on Monday or Tuesday. Nilisikiza tu kitu ikisemwa na president na nikasema hii itakuja kumuuma tu baada. It will come and bite him after after a while.
Did you get this feeling and ask, why is he saying this?
And then there's that.
Why does he feel he needs to say this?
Exactly.
Yes.
And I was like, you know, some things you'd rather even surprise us. Tushtukie tu siku moja ukilaunch your project, useme by the way, here's the finished product. As opposed to saying it, making us even more skeptical, then in the end making yourself look like, you know. Now, unfortunately, that is the times that we live in. Nothing much we can do about it other than pray and hope that whatever we are promised, we at least get above average. But also now, coming back to folks in the opposition or folks who critique the government and critique the president, I believe that, especially for folks in opposition, they will never say anything positive about the government.
My friend, nothing.
Yes. But I also believe it is not their job to say positive things about the government.
No, it is not.
Yes.
But it is their job to give us an alternative.
Exactly. We shall get to the alternative later on. It is the it is the work.
Ni msafara,
Ni kweli.
Tuenda Mtitwandei, hatujafika salama bado.
Ni kazi ya serikali kufanya kazi ili sisi kama citizens tuseme, by the way, serikali inafanya kazi. So that by the time Kalonzo and the folks and Akina Matiang'i and Akina Maraga are coming to tell us that, oh guys, by the way, you know, this government is lying to you. Or we tell them,
guys,
kidogo,
hiyo peleka polepole.
Ninatumia shaa vizuri sana, nilienda jana nimetibiwa na niko sawa. So hii kitu unasema sielewi.
Ama tuambie ni sehemu gani haifanyi kazi.
Exactly. Mtu aseme nilipeleka mtoto wangu shule transition vizuri, amepokelewa shuleni vizuri, we were not forced to pay any extra fees, whatever the government said has been paid, tumepata iko sawa, walimu tulipata wako sawa, what are they called, classrooms ziko well equipped,
labs ziko.
So hii story mnasema ati the government is failing on education,
atuelewi bro,
help us understand.
Yes, ni sehemu gani?
Exactly. So but as long as the government is unable to achieve that, then the
wanapatia jamaa ammunition.
Opposition have got ammunition to fire in every direction. So we hope them we wish them rather all the best. A big shout out to Don Sabwa saying, Paul, how are you? Nyota Fund is a loan. Who will pay the loan when the loan becomes due? Is it just another hustler fund? Well, I'm finishing his sentence. He's asking, is it just another hustler fund, or it is one of the donations from state? Is it another slogan? Don Sabwa ameuliza.
Hiyo ni program ya World Bank bro. Na ni grant.
Ni pesa ilipewa. So hatuna deni yao.
Ilipewa.
So hatuna deni na wao.
No.
Kahawa Tiso amesema hivi, good morning cousins, Januari imeisha na drought imeanza. So with the drought upon us, where will we fetch flowers for Feb 14th? Na shangaa sana. Kahawa Tiso, I see where you're going. I see where you're going with that question.
Flowers are not grown with... Let me rephrase it. Flowers are not rain-fed.
Okay. They actually grow in greenhouses nowadays.
Yes.
Grace Minja is asking, good morning City and Movie. Actually, January is not over yet. Itakwisha kesho 31st. Grace Minja, you are actually right. Today is 30th, tomorrow is 31st. Lakini
tell Grace Minja I have said hello.
Grace Minja umesalimiwa na City Muga.
Yes.
But sisi kama watu wenye wanafanya kazi mpaka Friday, January imeisha. January imeisha, but you're right, the official end of January is tomorrow, 31st. Now, before we get lost in these conversations, we need to say what is significant about this particular day. Let me just find this information. So here we go. Wanasema hivi, today 30th January, this is what happened in history. In 1649, King Charles I of England is beheaded. In 1649, a king was beheaded. That is King Charles I of England. But also notably, there's a guy who was assassinated. That is Mahatma Gandhi in 1948. He was assassinated in New Delhi by a Hindu extremist. 1948, Gandhi dies, and in 1649, King Charles I also dies by beheading. That is what is significant about today. Tupeleke katika msafara wa proverb ama ni methali.
Methali. No. Yes, this is our final proverb for the week. And the proverb is from the Republic of Malawi. This particular proverb is actually a hilarious one.
Yes. What does it say?
White teeth are no guarantee against bad breath.
Yeah? White teeth are no guarantee against bad breath. Okay. But you know, it's not the teeth specifically that smell. It is several things. It can be a combination of things. First of all, inside the teeth, there's that fleshy part that can actually get infected, therefore producing the foul smell. Also, there's another infection called halitosis. Now, halitosis happens a bit further, down the throat, which can also be cause this bad breath. But also plaque around your teeth can cause bad breath. So yes, you could be having white teeth, but you have other issues that even your tongue sometimes can be infected. You can also have something called oral thrush, which is a fungal infection. which usually gets people when they have low immunity, which can also contribute to your bad breath. Ukiwa na harufu mbaya mdomo, saa zingine unaweza kosa kujua. So ni vizuri pia unaenda unaangaliwa, have regular dental checkups so that you can get the care that you need for your teeth. The same way you go for your yearly checks for your, what are they called? The breast cancers and the cervical cancers and any other kind of checkups that you do. Also for your diabetes, just to confirm that your health is okay. Unafaa pia kufanya ya mdomo. Uende uangaliwe ili wakuambie ya kwamba uko na white teeth. Lakini bro. So yes, white teeth is not a guarantee of good breath.
It's not a guarantee
against bad breath. I love that. Watu wenye wanatoka Malawi utalikuanga na akili tena sana. Yeah. Haya. Salamu zimfikie Leader Cherano, anasema good morning my people, we gave up on flowers ati ni chakula ya nyuki. Good morning City and Mbuvi, this Nyoto program, let's put it aside. The Hustler Fund, where are we with it? Then Edna Mombasa ananiambia, so Mbuvi, what do you think that the proverb means? It just means that sometimes it's good to be sure by checking yourself. This is what I believe. Just because, thank you. Just because you think everything is okay, it doesn't mean that it's okay. Just because on the outlook, everything looks fantastic, it doesn't mean that on the inside vitu ni sawa. There's a similar method in Kiswahili. No, it's actually in English. All that glitters is not gold, I believe. Yeah. Ama kuna interpretation nyingine City yenye
No, you're spot on.
All right. Thank you so much. So Ed Mombasa, I hope now you understand all that glitters is not what?
Gold.
Is not gold. Lakini sasa hivi tunasikia huko Kakamega na huko sehemu zenye walipata gold ni kama wakiona tu kitu kiglitter hivi kwa ground wanaikimbilia. Try and secure it. Haya, sawa. Let's get into radiogeneration.co.ke and see what are some of the stories that are making headlines this particular day. MPs demand clarity over Vodacom share deal and fund usage. This one has been posted by Tanya about 10 minutes or so ago. What is it about? Lawmakers on Thursday pressed the National Treasury on the proposed sale of a 15% stake in Safaricom to Vodacom, raising doubts about the valuation, legal safeguards, and transparency of the transaction. Yeah, the deal expected to generate 2004 billion sparked a heated session at the Naivasha retreat, with MPs seeking assurances that public resources would not be compromised. Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kipto, speaking on behalf of Finance Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, defended the plan, insisting that the sale was conducted in the best interests of taxpayers. Some legislators, however, argued that selling it to an existing shareholder limited opportunities for broader public participation. Si tumesema history, I think 75 times over. Ni muhimu sana. Wazingatie. But from what I see, serikali itafanya kenye serikali nataka kufanya. Sisi tutabaki hapa tukiulizana tu. Supreme Court to rule on Gachagua impeachment today. This story posted posted about 10 minutes ago as well. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is set to find out on Friday, January 30th, whether the Supreme Court will uphold or overturn questions around the constitutionality of Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu's role in his impeachment process. Now, the matter hinges on whether Mwilu had the legal authority to appoint a High Court panel that handled petitions challenging his removal from office. The controversy began when Mwilu assigned a 3-judge bench to hear cases aimed at lifting interim orders that had temporarily blocked Gachagua's ouster in November of 2024, enabling Professor Kithure Kindiki to take office as his successor. The Court of Appeal later ruled that only the Chief Justice can
constitute.
Yes, no, the Court of Appeal later ruled that only the Chief Justice can constitutionally empanel judges except in very limited circumstances, effectively declaring Mwilu's appointment unlawful. So, tuseme waseme hii kitu, by the way, tumekubaliana bado tu na venye Court of Appeal ilisema. waseme court of appeal ilisema hiyo kitu ilikuwa unlawful, si ndio? So pia sisi kama Supreme Court tumeona hiyo kitu yenyewe ilikuwa unlawful. Alafu sasa what next? They reconstitute another bench now to look at his case.
What does it do then to whatever was decided by that particular 3-bench judge? Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, because you see, I've listened to...
No, 3-judge bench.
Yes.
Yes.
The point is there were 3 judges on that bench. Yeah?
Yes.
But I've listened to some experts on legal matters saying that, they can say that, okay, fine, Justice Mwilu shouldn't have done it. Like, the findings that the judges walipata, can they still be upheld by any other panel?
Ningumu. If the process that brought about that judgment is considered to be unconstitutional,
yes, that
is the issue. So do we then say that the findings are also null and void?
Let me put it this way. I don't know. Again, I don't know. But let me put it this way, so that maybe someone who's listening will be like, wait, what did they capital? So if City, I appoint you to host a wedding, but it wasn't me who was supposed to appoint you to MC that wedding. Yeah, and then we come and say, no, Mbuvi shouldn't have chosen City to host that wedding. The person who was supposed to do it is Edna, the producer. So Mbuvi's decision to have City shouldn't be whatever. Then we say, okay, so if Edna decides to still appoint City, does it make that wedding any less successful or any less interesting than it was?
The wedding doesn't hinge on the MC.
Exactly.
That is a fairly straightforward issue, because your cousin 4 times removed can come and become MC.
You're right. So to make to compare it to what is going through in these courts of appeal, if you look at the reasons why the deputy president was impeached at that point, did they follow the evidence? Whether they were a null and void bench, did they follow the evidence? Did the evidence point to this particular individual having to be impeached? I guess that would be the next best question.
Right. Why don't we extend this discussion and ask? There was a gentleman, I think his name was Pointer, who purported to be a lawyer, and he was not.
Yes.
He even won cases.
Several, actually.
Precisely. So, what does that mean for the cases that he won?
In such cases, I understand they usually have to be retried.
Well, then, that's a precedent. So, if this man was wrongly constituted, he was not a lawyer, so he didn't have a legal standing to represent. Okay?
Yes.
Irrespective of the outcome. So it has to be retried. Now, let's take the case of the 3-judge bench. If it was wrongly constituted, the judges are not wrong. The judges are actually judges of the High Court. But because the structure within which they were functioning is considered to be illegal, then how can the findings be legal? The premise is already wrong. So the proceeding that therefore follows, is it independent of the framework or the structure within which the findings were arrived at?
Yeah. Good question. In the US last week, there's a judge who was fired. She had to resign, actually, because did she resign or was she fired? Can't really remember the story, but she had to vacate office. And the reason was there's some audio recordings that were revealed. Someone had recorded conversations between her and him, or rather the judge and this person. So the judge was having a conversation with one of the court officers, and she came out as a racially biased person.
Ooh.
Yes. Calling people the N-word. Being very, derogatory and so on and so forth.
Dear.
Yes.
Dear.
So she had to vacate office.
Oh, dear.
And so now all the cases that she has ever handled. And you can imagine she had been a judge for years.
Again.
Kuna watu wako jela saa hizi.
Well, they're asking, okay.
Yani they're excited beyond.
Yani kesi narudi.
Because some of them obviously being black, others Latino, they're like, hiyo kesi yangu kulingana na vinyata judgment ilipeanwa.
Si nilisema wakati ule.
Huyo mama kidogo.
Si tulisema?
Yeah.
Na mkasema hapana.
Yeah.
Sasa umeona?
Yes.
My friend.
All her cases.
That tipples the apple cart kabisa.
Hundreds and hundreds of cases will have to be retried. And it's crazy.
Yeah, but you see that country has the distinction of being a country that really tries to function within the boundaries of the rule of law. And people understand it. So it's clear that there's no ifs and buts.
Yeah.
The ifs and buts, which form the grey areas of our discussion, are that we are never really sure. Because if such a matter then goes, say for instance, there was the issue of misconduct, and it goes because before the Judicial Service Commission, that commission, unfortunately, has not conducted itself in a manner that puts them above the bar where you feel you will get a fair shake. Pronouncements that they have made, things that have been said about them, members among them, because they are like the case of their vice chairman. If you ask me as a layman, strictly, that man should remove himself from that job.
Mwenye hata asingoje hii hulabalu yote tu ajitoe tu.
Atoke. He can be a member of any political party that he likes. But given his position, he cannot be seen to be donning the gear that directly identifies him as a member of that party. You know why? Because that is already a patent, blatant bias. An outward manifestation for everybody to see.
Kidogo ni tricky.
Then, tricky sana, because then the question will be asked. So, if a case comes before this court, and the judge is also known to be a supporter of the party this person belongs to, a question is asked, where do you think that case will go to?
Exactly.
Which direction will it follow?
Of course.
The guy may actually be a fairly balanced fellow who will actually look at the issues and not the party affiliation.
But the optics
are
against him, yes.
Horrible.
Nikweli. I remember Justice Njoki Ndung'u when she was appointed as a judge in the Supreme Court. Remember she had just been I think like a year or two before she had been a nominated MP.
She had been,
and she actually brought several acts of Parliament to fruition and
she brought many bills to Parliament.
Exactly.
And many of them passed and actually became law.
One of the most famous one is the Sexual Offences Act of 2006.
Famous.
Iyo nayo nacha nisikudanganye spot on, and has for me
it has transformed.
That one ilifanya kazi mzuri na ilifanya ile kitu ilikuwa nafaa kufanya kwa hiyo ofisi. When she joined the Supreme Court, you never even remember that she was a nominated MP.
No, you don't.
It is because of she does her work diligently, and she does it, and you can see that huyu anajua kenya anafanya kwa hiyo kiti.
Do you know what is interesting though about the Supreme Court? Huh?
Yes.
If we go by the example of what we have seen in the US, those judges actually have biases that are known. You know this is a liberal judge. You know this is a conservative judge. You know
that's a Democrat.
You know
that's a Republican.
In fact, there are cases which they go, people know mazii kesi itaenda huko.
Mnajonga tu mkienda before judge fulani.
You know. Yes. So unajipanga na mapema, and that is part of the reason why the fight usually is during the time of appointment. Say, Haki, if this fellow is appointed, we are done. Because they have a track record of the rulings.
Yes.
The interpretation of the law leans on one side, and it is clear.
Yeah.
Now, we unfortunately have leanings, but we pick on your party affiliation. Bwana, very many people who are esteemed judges of the High Court, Court of Appeal, even the Supreme Court, have serious political leanings. But you will never catch them donning on any gear that identifies them with the party they lean towards. Never.
True.
So long as you do not give us that option, support the party as much as you like. But the moment it's out in the open,
different conversation.
I know it's a completely different conversation.
So let's wait and see what the Supreme Court has to say on this Gachagua impeachment story.
This is going to be interesting, isn't it?
Very interesting.
Well, do you know why I tell you that every time these things come up, our knowledge of the law and the constitution keeps expanding?
Sure. True story.
It's a true story.
Wacha nikuulize swali.
Uliza mimi. Moja tu?
Moja tu.
Okay, sorry.
Kwa sababu we know that the judgment should be impartial, and it should be an honest one, it should be true, and it should follow the constitution and hizo vitu zote zenye tunaelewa. But what do you think will happen if they actually decide to say, you know what, guys, for the sake of the country, to avoid confusion and for the sake of just moving forward, can we just say that the bench that was constituted was in order and the ruling of impeachment stands, so that we can just put this matter to rest?
Then that matter will not be put to rest,
because if
they will have unearthed a demon that they will be wrestling with for a very long time.
Haya, waende na hii option nyingine waseme, to be honest, hii kitu ikufanyika venye ilikuwa inafaa kufanyika, so that 3-judge bench, whatever situation, that one wasn't supposed to happen. Then now they throw us into that conundrum.
No, hiyo ni mzuri.
Turushwe hapo.
I actually want us to be there. Okay? So that it is understood that when you take a shortcut and you go against the law,
it is expensive.
Yes, it may not be immediate.
Yeah. But it will catch up with you.
It is going to catch up with you. And at that time, it will bring you an invoice that you can't afford. Because that invoice will be a difficult invoice.
So kaende.
Because suddenly, you find Gachagua
yes.
is actually not exempt from participating in politics and being elected.
Yes.
Suddenly.
And that will change a lot.
Immediately, the political landscape has a completely different twist.
Yeah.
Immediately. And so do very many other cases, my friend.
Because now this will become case law.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be a reference for very many things. When Maraga annulled the 2017 election, so you saw what happened?
Yes.
Here?
Hii ikifanyika, mtaona kesi mingi sana zimefunguliwa.
My friend, and may it be so.
Governors.
May it be so.
Watakuja waseme, excuse me, Your Honor.
Hata sisi. But the problem with many of these governors, they don't really have a leg to stand on, not really.
But you know, some of them, because of that impeachment process, na ilisemekana once impeached, always impeached. Sasa unajua kuna mtu sasa kama Kawira Mwangaza, angetaka maybe kugombea hicho kiti tena. Sasa mnajua mkishamfunga
bro, fanya hivi, expand ile media house yake, afanye biashara, tafadhali, si ndio?
Na life iendelee.
Iendelee tafadhali, kwa sababu that's the thing about the law.
Yes.
And that is why you must attempt as much as possible to be on the good side of it, on the right side of it.
Right.
When you abrogate it, you must understand that the consequences are dire. Ndio hiyo. Because the responsibility placed on the office of a governor, they are immense. If it is clear and it has been determined that you are really unfit for that office, because that is what the impeachment means. Do you know, in all honesty, in my personal opinion, it is unfortunate that very many of the people we elect as governors are incompetent. They are actually not fit to be governors. The responsibility that is required for them to carry out is beyond them. And the manifestation of corruption and allegations that are laid bare by the Auditor General, the control of budget and all these things, it ends up being labeled as theft, but it's actually incompetence. Because a competent person who wanted to get rich off the coffers of the county government would grow that county.
Imagine if that very fast impeachment motion against Professor Kivutha ingefanyika. Because sometimes I think that MCAs as zingine wanakuanga tu na a personal vendetta against that individual called governor.
That's why the thing goes before Senate.
Sasa imagine kama Senate hawange msaidia professor.
Hawakumsaidia professor. That's not the point.
Yes.
They actually did what was right. They looked at the issue.
All right, let me rephrase. Imagine if the Senate hadn't done what is right.
Then, my friend, the whole story of Makueni would have changed. And there would have been no benchmarking that we'd be doing with Makueni right now. And we would have lost an opportunity to understand what the outcomes of an honest broker who actually means well for his people, what it represents. The Makueni story isn't talked about much by very many people because it sticks in their throat.
Had it succeeded and gone the MCA direction,
the loss for this country would have been immense. Because the example that what we keep saying can actually be done would not be there.
Edna Mombasa reminds us that there's a lawyer who sat here with us one day and he said that whatever you do, don't get impeached. Because my friend, hiyo kitu reverse is almost impossible.
Oh, she's right. She said, it doesn't matter what you do. Don't get impeached.
Just don't get impeached. Jaribu vilivyo.
Make peace. Don't get impeached.
Don't get impeached.
But you see the MCAs of Makueni, who I think were predominantly villagers. Now, this is no insult intended. To be elected locally, you're a local.
Sure.
Okay?
So they are villagers.
They are villagers. But actually, we are all villagers. Okay? Kivuta Kibwana had a very long history of being a teacher, of being a servant of the people in government, of being a minister. This man had a huge career spanning decades where he knew very many people, had taught very many people, and he was known. So even when you're taking this man to the Senate, there are very many people in that Senate who knew who he was.
And who actually perhaps owe their success to him.
Yes. So they listened and said, these people are talking about someone they don't know. We know this guy better.
Yeah.
And these guys don't have a case. But let's go through the process anyway. Okay?
Kaende.
Yes, exactly.
Check out what's happening on the roads of Nairobi.
Traffic.
Haya, naangalia picha ya Hurlingham ama map ya Hurlingham hapa. Hamna shida yote. You guys are moving quite well. We have Kingara Road also looking very good at this particular hour. There's a little bit of traffic though at James Gishuru when you're heading towards ABC Place, huko sahemu za Wayakiwe. And it's a stretch that is coming from Mzima Springs, extending all the way to Kabarsiran Avenue. But beyond that, you guys are moving well. Kuna barabara ingine hapa iko completely red. Hii barabara ndio nini sasa?
Red Road.
No. This is oh my goodness, it doesn't actually have a name. I think it's a private road. But if it's a private road, why does it have? Yeah, exactly. Inaelekea kule St. Austin's Parish side za Msongari, and then imekuja kutokezea Elitebet Kenya. So there's a little bit of traffic there.
There's always traffic there.
Yes, and it looks like a crescent road of sorts.
Remember,
yeah,
if it's a road that has schools nearby, there'll be traffic going towards the school.
Sure.
And as people get into the school and get out, there's usually a temporary jam that is caused.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there are people now going to work. If there's more than one school, they'll just multiply the traffic that you'll find on that particular road.
Yeah. So, si unajapo ndio kuna St. Austin's school, kuna pia St. Mary's school your side. So yeah, you're right. Kunaweza kuwa na traffic sababu ya hizo shule.
And then there is this is not a T junction. It's a cross. Vehicles going to along that James Gishuru Road. Watu wanaenda Strathmore. Wengine wanarudi upande za Lavington. That place, there's always a jam. It doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So that is as far as kule kwa wadosi is concerned. Wacha tukuje huku kwa mahasla. Woodley, mnasema namna gani asubuhi ya leo? Hamna traffic actually. Mahasla hawana stress. Mahasla wako tu sawa. We're looking at Ngong Road also, not looking bad at this particular hour. Raila Odinga Way, not looking bad. Mombasa Road pia hamta complain siku ya leo. Ni kwa sababu maybe kuna watu ambao wameamua leo ni Friday waendi kazini. Wataanza kupiga simu kazini wakisema boss, ni kama mimi ni mgonjwa, lakini kweli ni hauna bus fare. Juu ulitumia pesa yako yote. Niki zoom out and then ni zoom into Mombasa. Mombasa not looking bad at this particular hour. Likoni kwa ferry pale, you guys are moving quite well. Actually, that's the only place I can see some traffic jam, but the rest is looking fantastico. Dongo Kundu kuko sawa kabisa tena sana. Naona Links Road iko sawa kabisa. Nyali Road pia haina complaints zozote. Tomboya Road iko sawa sawa. Kwa Kiziwi pia naona kuko sawa. Mkiona chochote pale barabarani mnafaa kuniambia tafadhali. Longa nasi Radio Gen across all social media spaces.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Front page of the Daily Nation wanasema hivi: Kindiki's 340 million budget for private jets and choppers. So wanasema helicopters, politicians rather flew into the Pini Luo Festival at Rongo University in Migori on December 17th last year. You can see several of them actually here. Just from this picture alone, I can see about 7 choppers. And they're saying that the total budget for transport, storage and mail services for the office, and mail services for the office is 409 million.
Mail as in M-A-I-L.
Barua.
Oh, C-M-A-L-E.
Apana.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So barua zina cost tukiongeza transport na storage 409 million. Hey. Aya. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki is splashing 338.8 million on flights, choppers, chartered and commercial planes in the financial year ending June 2026. Official disclosures have shown casting doubt on the government's commitment to austerity measures amid tight finances. Now, the DP's office has already overshot its annual recurrent budget. Na niliuliza tu swali juzi, nikaambiwa nikuwe mpole.
Kwa sababu gani?
Niliambiwa tu nikuwe mpole bwana, kama serikali inafanya kazi niliambiwa nitulie. Sasa mimi natulia. New sponsors, Maraga raising millions from well-wishers for his presidential bid. This story is on page 6. I had actually missed reading about Chief Justice Maraga. Tunafaa kuelewa what is happening in his life. That story is on page 6. We shall be checking it out shortly. Mystery deaths of 15 street children within 1 month. What? Why nearly half of Kenyans are unhappy with CBE grading. You will check that out on page, they have not said, but on page 2. Close to half of Kenyans are dissatisfied with the grading system and the competency-based education, citing information gaps in its application. A poll by Infotrack shows 45% of the respondents complained that the system that rates performance under 4 bands is confusing. Yeah. Okay, there are 4 bands. Si kuna hanga na exceeding expectation, meeting expectations, below expectations, and no expectations. Anyway,
the people who have explained the CBE, unfortunately, a good number of them have not explained it well, and they open up the CBC to interpretations that may not necessarily represent it well.
Yeah.
Every new system that we've had has had questions, and every, should we say, generational change that we have requires a revision of the education system in terms of what it is we have in our curriculum when we teach children from the time that they go to the ECD onwards, and even at the university level, a revision and a relooking at the courses to meet the national agenda. That ought to happen, and ideally we should know.
Yes.
Just like we know with our boundaries and we know with our census, we know every X number of years, it's 10, we will have a what? A census.
Yeah.
We know. Okay? When you have that census, it gives you an indication of how many we are, what we need to do. And also, during that period, we also realign the boundaries. Why? Because the boundaries represent the voting blocks that we have that we call constituencies. Our current constitution, however, locks the number of constituencies, so you can't actually change it unless you have a referendum and decide you're going to increase them.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But when these things are not clear, anything that happens is open to all manner of interpretations. And if people are inconvenienced by that process, they will interpret it in the worst possible way.
True. Anyway, still on matters of education, Professor Paul Kuria Wainaina remarkably rose from a primary school teacher to become the 6th Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, whose tenure included a dramatic face-off with President Uhuru Kenyatta and unending court battles to keep his job. In Firm and Forthright, his autobiography published by Big Books Limited, the outgoing academic reveals untold intrigues in the bitter fight to protect the university's prime land from powerful forces in the Kenyatta and William Ruto administrations. He also recounts how a mega university hospital changed hands behind his back. Wait. Okay. So, check this story inside the Daily Nation. for you to understand more on it. The Standard wasema hapa gold scammers haven. What began as a routine gold deal has exploded into a 37 million fraud scandal, exposing a sleek underground syndicate that allegedly lures foreign investors into Kenya with forged licenses, fake vaults, and theatrical security. As detectives close in the case, raising uncomfortable questions about how organized gold scams continue to thrive in plain sight. Several suspects have been arrested in similar schemes, but they thrive instead of languishing in Kamiti or Kodiaga prisons. This story is on page 4. Dave White, who's a gold digger, amesema, I was given one key and Paul Chogo had the other. I set two combinations, looked away, and he set his two. No one was supposed to access it without the other. History of gold, mtu wangu hii ni noma hii.
You know, the moment you read gold digger, you know why I smiled?
Gold scammer.
Thank you. You know why I smiled? The term gold digger is normally a reference point to somebody who gets into a relationship specifically with somebody who is economically more advantaged than they are, with the hope of, should we say, scavenging some of the economic benefits that individual has. So when you say gold digger, I'm smiling, I'm thinking, good terminology hapo.
Kuna jamaa alipoteza maisha yake a couple of years ago, na inasemekana alikuanga katika hii maneno ya gold scam. Before poteze maisha yake, alikuwa anaishi a very flamboyant lifestyle, enjoying the good things in life, expensive drinks, expensive cars. We're talking about super cars, not your normal Mercedes Benz.
Was this guy a Kenyan?
Yes, he was a Kenyan. And so this guy would enjoy exquisite stuff, you know.
Meaning he liked the high life.
Oh yeah. Okay. Ni wale watu I'm sure umeona kwenye televisheni ama kwenye mtandao wakinawa mikono na expensive liquor. You know, alcohol that costs 20,000 shillings upwards. Atiyo ndio kunawa mikono kabla sasa afanye nini? Akule kitu kama nyama hivi.
Let me just ask the question.
Yes.
That's supposed to symbolize what exactly?
That he's got money, that he, you know, wewe ukinawa na maji, yeye ananawa na pombe.
No, that's a person with a problem.
The point here is this gentleman was brutally murdered.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and it is said it is because there's a deal that went sour somewhere. He probably scammed the wrong person, and that person is the kind of person you do not scam.
Oh, you scam them all right.
Kuna watu una scamingi na kuna wale ukiscam, that is your last scam ever. Unajua? Unaweza scam CT akwambie nimekuachia Mungu, naende pale kanisani apige magoti aambie Mungu yule mtu amenibia. Mungu wa mtu tafadhali mbadilishe roho yake, ama ubadilishe nini moyo wake, aache kuibia watu wengine, na hiyo pesa amenibia imsaidie. Lakini CT kuna mtu unaibia na anakuambia unanipatia ama unipatii au unirudishi, sawa, kaa nayo. Na the moment ameanza kukwambia kaa nayo,
you're dead.
Ni hivyo.
No, you're dead.
You start counting hours. Yani you're basically dead man walking.
There are very many cases we've seen and heard of. We've even had officers of the court being shot in front of their children in broad daylight.
Yeah.
Children untouched, the person dead. It tells you with clarity something didn't go right.
Yep.
It didn't. You know it's an oxymoron.
Yep.
That even people whose business is to live outside the law live by a certain code of morality, and that honesty. you see the contradiction.
Yeah.
Honesty,
yes,
and loyalty is something that are considered very serious social capital elements within the relationships they have. It's odd, yet their lives are outside the law, but they believe that to work within the precincts of what they do, you must be somebody who is honest. Just that already. Trustworthy, loyal. I think this is really odd, isn't it? Which means they actually understand with great clarity the wrongs and the rights.
Yeah.
Yes. The only problem is with them, it's black and white. There are no grays. If you're wrong,
you're wrong.
You become an ancestor.
Yeah. They send you to the afterlife.
No, you become an ancestor, even if you're young.
Yeah. Anyway, City, tupatie the star.
Sita.
Sita newspaper.
Yeah, this one is called the Weekend Star. Siasa, ODM UDA talk why Ruto is under pressure to retain DP Kindiki. This politics, do you remember at the end of last year when we were speaking, I did mention that, my friend, we are going to have so much politics.
Yeah.
And so many discussions around and about politics. My friend, won't even be able to think clearly.
Yes.
Right. This is just it. When you read a headline like this, it often has absolutely no bearing whatsoever to what is actually really happening. And that's where someone like Arnold Maliba comes in, because being an insider, there are things he'll say that may seem far-fetched, and he's not quick to provide evidence.
Yeah.
But he may not be guessing. He may be telling you something that he knows and understands. But because it isn't in the public domain, he sounds far-fetched. Business. Kenyans swinging from one lender to another on unfit credit products. This is something that has to be discussed.
True story.
In detail. Billions at risk as audit exposes opaque relief food system. This didn't start today. This is not something that is new. And if I may be allowed to take a brief position as a prophet of doom, it will not end soon. This is something that will be abused continuously.
Yeah.
State officials accused of protecting mafia-style gangs. This is bang in the middle of the paper. But before I get the bang in the middle of the paper, there is a story. It's in many of the papers, and it's U.S. woman loses claim on Nyachai's 2 billion estate. The 2 billion is in shillings. And this is what is quoted as having been said by the judge.
Yes.
The applicants have no moral legal right to claim inheritance from the estate of Nyachai. They also asked to pay the costs of the case even to the lawyers of the Nyachai family. Okay? Bang in the middle of the paper, Kenya ranked second in Africa for human trafficking. This is not a good thing. It doesn't matter how you look at it, it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay? The Business Daily. Okay? For Kenya's gambling industry, the SportPesa episode stands as both a warning and a lesson. I do not know what Jaindi Kisero is talking about, but if you want to understand it, then you simply need to look at the story on page 9, okay? Moving disputes across borders does not rehabilitate weak claims. It exposes them to stricter scrutiny. Corporate lessons from SportPesa code saga. The protracted battle against Kenya's biggest betting brand, SportPesa, has loomed over the country's fast-growing gambling industry for nearly 5 years. Okay? Two people battling it out in the public domain, and we get to be informed about what they're fighting about. Egos at stake. When you've been in business, can't you just sit and talk quietly about this thing? Must you let the testosterone get to the fore? Now everybody wants to know who it is who can pee faster and longer.
And further.
Further in a piece. I mean, and in the public domain, for heaven's sake. Anyway, your business, your money, closer scrutiny now. That's what happens. You are arguing, the state now takes interest and says, let's look at this thing a little closely, shall we? And who do you think benefits? Not you. State seconds new CEO for Cusco in recovery push. The government has picked a new CEO to run the Union of Savings and Credit Cooperatives, Cusco, seizing control of the troubled giant umbrella organization, which is still reeling from the 13.3 billion financial scandal linked to some of its former officials. These people should be in jail, really. Safaricom EABL bonds quadruple NSE retail debt investors. Individual debt investors returned to the NSE in large numbers in the quarter of December 2025 after Safaricom and EABL tapped the market for funding, underscoring renewed appetite for corporate bonds after prolonged issuance drought. Meaning, life has been breathed into the NSE and people are trading furiously. Ethiopian scouts Kenya stockbrokers for its capital markets. Ethiopian capital markets regulator is seeking to onboard Kenyan stockbrokers, investment banks, and other intermediaries with the aim of attracting local investors to the market that is opening up to foreign investors. Change. For a long time, Ethiopia was a socialist-leaning country.
Yes.
That is changing slowly. Right, bang in the middle of the paper. Investors earn 176 billion from treasury bonds. The 2.7 trillion worth of bonds traded in NSE papers have been fetching premium prices. 2.53 trillion, the face value of the bonds traded in the Nairobi browse, which means my 2.5 trillion pesa mingi. Mingi.
2.5
trillion.
Hiyo ni pesa mingi
Do
sana.
you know that is almost the sum total of what we collect as the national revenue? Yeah. Na hiyo ni trade tu. Nunua, pata, potea. Erastus Mwenda, this is story on life. Over 3 decades, Mwencha, rather, sorry, not Mwenda. This is an interesting fellow and a person of some very serious repute. Over 3 decades, Erastus Mwencha has been the quiet engineer behind East Africa's integration ambitions, first as SG of COMESA, where he built the continent's first free trade area and established institutions with balance sheets exceeding $10 billion, then a deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission, where he helped birth the African Continental Free Trade Area. As I said, a very serious man. Very serious man.
Yeah.
Kenya has very many such people.
Watu ambao wanajua kinyo wanafanya.
Huyu jamaa angepewa kama ministry moja ya maana, asukume gurudumu, tuende kazi.
Tuone maajabu yakifanyika.
Mazee na yangefanyika.
Kuna hiyo story tulikuwa tumesema tuta revisit ya Mheshimiwa Maraga ambaye anawania kiti cha urais hapa nchini Kenya. Na hivi ndivyo wanasema kumhusu. Costly polls, Maraga turns to the people. He raised 8 million online, rejecting handouts to finance a people-powered campaign. Kenya's political and electoral landscape remains dominated by a culture of handouts and lavish campaign spending aimed at securing victories. Now, the Elections Observation Group, that is ELOG, a network of civil society organizations monitoring elections in Kenya, reports that members of parliament spend over 30 million each to win seats in the 2022 general elections. Politicians exploit poverty and limited civic education, which makes voters vulnerable to manipulation. In this system, handouts are a tool to control the electorate, leaving voters as victims of entrenched political patronage. Winning an election is such a setup. A setup requires substantial funds, often to mobilize support along divisions of class, very true, ethnicity, even worse, or interest. Now, the failure of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to enforce the Election Campaign Finance Act has exacerbated the problem, allowing candidates to continue spending heavily without restrictions.
Actually, let's be honest about this.
Right.
There had been in the constitution a limit as to how much people were allowed to. That thing was scrapped quick. That thing was removed quick. Yeah. So, once that was removed, essentially without saying it, but you allowed people to spend as much money as they like.
You know, what I find interesting is everyone you talk to, personally, everyone I've spoken to, like literally everyone, is like, manze Maraga kosa lakini kitu itampita. Of course, I'm paraphrasing because...
You're not wrong in what you're saying.
And I'm like, but why? Why are you saying that? Like, sasa ati unacheki saizi Kenya tunajuanga kura ni za watu wawili. Inakuanga ni 2 horse race. So itakuanga ni nani? Itakuanga ni President Ruto, and then they give someone else from there and they say whoever the united opposition will choose. And I'm like, why are we not saying between President Ruto and Maraga?
Well, please understand something which I have come to accept as a reality in our political space. There are people who are experts at curating narratives.
Right.
That's a narrative.
Which narrative? The 2 horse race?
It's a narrative. It has credence, but the narrative is this.
Yes.
Our elections cost billions.
True.
Narrative 1. Yet there are people who get elected and don't have spend that much money. Narrative 2. It's a 2 horse race, and somebody doesn't give money stands no chance. They are individuals. I don't need 10 people as an example. I need 1. That's the threshold. For me, 1.
Yeah.
Somebody gets elected and doesn't really have money. Then I know it's possible to get elected without money. But that narrative works because it has been spread. It has been entrenched. So when you hear people saying it, it's because there's no other narrative that competes with it.
True.
If there's a competing narrative, then people say, lakini, as you say, Someone says Buddha, unajua. Someone says,
Manze, umsiako sawa, lakini jo.
Yes, you would hear the narrative, lakini hata kama hana do jamani. Huyu jamani sawa. Tumpatie tu kura. You'd hear, that would be the alternative narrative.
Yeah.
But when there's one dominant, as the one you say, it's because it has been made dominant. It is, my friend, there's nothing organic about it. No.
Me, what I would say, to be honest, if I'm being honest about it, we all know that perhaps he is one of the best candidate, if not the best candidate, as far as holding office of the level of presidency is concerned. If we're being honest.
Paul, let me tell you something. Huh?
And I'm as you.
But I'm agreeing with you, Paul, on this one.
Yes.
On this one.
Yes.
I like Maraga.
You like him. Me, I love Maraga.
I like Maraga.
Maraga is an awesome person.
I like his simplicity.
Yeah.
I like the way
I like his honesty.
There's something about Maraga that is refreshing.
He doesn't pretend that he knows everything.
No, he does not. And he talks simply and lays these things bare simply. Paul, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Do not be fooled by the narratives that are holding sway now. When we get time in the next hour, ask me and I'll tell you why I'm saying this.
Sawa. Hey, but you know, it's crazy that we know that this is the guy we want. But again, we say we won't vote for him. Does it even make sense?
Yes, it does. It makes lots of sense.
Tuingie kwa news kwanza.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has dismissed claims that is abetting corruption in northern frontier counties. EACC CEO Abdi Mohamud says the commission has instead recommended the prosecution of several senior county officials, including a sitting governor. He spoke while receiving a petition from Kenya Integrity Champions Youth, who walked 350 kilometers from Eldoret to Nairobi to protest the effects of corruption.
The files that are with the DPP where we have recommended charges against senior personalities, including a sitting governor, together with other senior persons within those counties. In the 5 counties that form the northern counties, investigations are going on all of them.
5 people have been arrested and 6 alcohol outlets shut down in a crackdown by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse in Mombasa. Speaking in Kongoea area of Nyali sub-county, Nakada CEO Dr. Anthony Omerikwa praised the multi-agency operation. He urged the public to stay vigilant and report illegal alcohol and drug activities in their neighborhoods.
Leo tumefanikiwa kuwashika washukiwa 4 ambao walikuwa wanauza sigara na madawa za prescription kwa wananchi. In addition to that, tumeshika mfanyabiashara mmoja ambaye alikuwa anauza pombe gushi. Hapa nyuma ndio nyumba yake iko, na mkiona anapakana na shule. Unajua sheria inasema mtu hafai kufanya vitu kama hizi karibu na shule. Tutamchukulia hatua.
A petition has been filed seeking the removal of Isaac Ruto as a member of the Judicial Service Commission over claims that he has engaged in partisan political activities. The petitioners argued that the allegation undermined the independence of the judiciary and have weakened public confidence in the JSC and other independent institutions. The petition has now been formally submitted to Parliament for consideration. The state has defended plans to sell part of its Safaricom shareholding to Vodacom, saying the process is transparent and above board. Speaking in Naivasha, National Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kiptoo urged critics of the proposed share sale to present alternative offers if they have better proposals. The PA said the government had conducted due diligence and negotiated the best possible offer.
So whichever way you look at it, this is a good offer. And we carefully looked at it. And we take. And then we will pay 55 billion in 6 years.
So if anyone else tells you that the market share of Safaricom is at 80 shillings or at 90 or whatever price it is, ask them which valuation model they are using. And if they can prove to us which method they are using, then you can say that this share has been either undervalued or overvalued.
Iran has warned it will immediately strike U.S. military bases and aircraft carriers if attacked, escalating tensions with Washington and the European Union. The threat follows remarks by U.S. President Donald Trump that time is running out for Tehran and the EU's decision to blacklist Iranians' Revolutionary Guards as terror group. As rhetoric intensified, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres urged renewed clear talks to avert a regional crisis with potentially devastating consequences. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. And then there's a place called Garissa. We are on 89.5. A big shout out to the following folks who've been with us since morning. Kuna Kahawa Tiso, kuna Don Sawa, kuna Grace Minja, kuna Lydia Cherono, kuna Hesbon Sidon, kuna Nelly, kuna Wanjala, kuna Evans. This is Evans Nyangano. There's Eunice Kyoko, My Take 2.0. A very good morning to all of you. Keep on sending your messages by the. I'll see how I can sample some of them. For example, My Take 2.0 amesema na Steven Kalonzo Musyoka akiulizwa kuhusu hiyo kesi anasemaje? Hiyo kesi ya Rigathi Gachagua. Tutamuuliza. Hopefully tutaweza kupata nafasi ya kumost one of these fine days. But in studio, in this hour, at this time, we do have the chairman of Chartered Institute of Arbiters, Kenya. New year.
Happy New Year, Mbuvi. It's a pleasure to be here.
Karibu sana.
Yes.
Kenya, you are the chairman of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. I know what arbitration is all about, but for someone who's listening to us right now, what does your institute do?
Essentially, arbitration is about private dispute resolution. So more and more, people don't want to go to courts, and it's always been like that. So they look for exactly what they would find in a court, which is to resolve the dispute. And that's what our institute does. We build that capacity. We look at people who are interested in becoming arbitrators, but not just arbitrators. Mediators, I think that's the main thing that people are hearing about.
Yes.
And also what you call alternative systems of justice.
Yes.
Asante sana.
There are other forms of alternative dispute resolution, but before we get to them, City has got this proverb that alitusomea leo asubuhi. Would like you to chime in and perhaps give us your thoughts as far as what you think it means. It's from Malawi, right?
Yes.
And it's about something to do with teeth and dental formula, but he will put it better than I can. City, over to you.
Well, actually, it's a very simple proverb. And this is what the Malawians had to say. That white teeth are not a weapon against bad breath.
When you told me you didn't call it weapon.
I'm allowed to paraphrase. It's called literary license.
Okay. Yes. But yes, that is what he told me in the morning.
I think if I would make a quick guess on what you're saying, I think it's really about appearances and substance. Yeah, so you can look good outside, but you're rotten inside. I hope the Malawians will agree with me.
Actually, the beauty of Proverbs is this. They have their potency in the diversity of interpretation that it allows and accommodates.
Exactly.
Because what you're saying is how you resonate with it.
Yeah.
And it cannot possibly be wrong.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes.
Yeah. That is a school of thought that I come from. I think the idea that truth is has many lenses to it.
True.
It just depends where you're sitting. I think we have one here about the elephant and the blind people. You know it. People, one is touching the tusk, another one is touching the mkia, mwingine anayoshika masikio. And all of them are coming up with some what is actually truth.
Yeah.
But when you put it all together, it's an elephant.
At the end of the day.
At the end of the day.
Thank you for that one, Professor.
Yes.
What is the difference between arbitration and mediation? Yes.
Very, very good.
Which is also another alternative conflict.
Yes.
Is it conflict resolution or dispute? Sorry, dispute. Yes.
Actually, you're right. You're right there, Mbuvi. Both of them actually. Still in a world where you're dealing with claims, some civility, conflict. Now you're entering the world of Gaza and what is happening in many other parts of the world.
Ukraine
and all of those things.
Okay.
So mediation, what happens is two people initially negotiate. That's also a dispute resolution mechanism. They kwama, kuna mahali sasa wanashikwa na maybe egos and many other things start to pop up, and then they need a third party. That's exactly what mediation does. So the third party comes in, anaanza kuwasaidia, because these two guys can't meet eye to eye. He facilitates a discussion. You'd be amazed at the power of when a third party comes in. We've done it. We do it in our homes. We do it vijijini. We do it everywhere. So that's mediation. Arbitration is a bit formal. Arbitration is, simply put, it's a private judge. We tread carefully with that phrase because we don't want the judiciary to think
you're taking their job.
We're taking their job. So this has the same kind of formality. You'll find just the way you see in court. One team will prosecute, the other is going to defend.
This is now arbitration.
Yeah, this is arbitration.
Okay.
Now the difference is the mediator is getting the people to sort of talk and come up with a solution. In arbitration, the person is like an umpire, sort of sits, lets them conduct the dispute, then pronounces. And that pronouncement, unlike mediation, is binding. Though in more recent times, what's happening is there are mechanisms to make what comes out of a mediation signed, and then it can be taken to court, like through the court annexed mediation process, and then adopted as a judgment based on what the parties agree. But in arbitration, it's binding, and it will be immediately translated into a judgment. It can be enforced.
Who can be an arbitrator?
Well, that's a beautiful question. Mbuvi, you can be an arbitrator. City can be an arbitrator. That's, I think, the most. This is the most, let's say, obscure and opaque part, because people think it's only lawyers.
But or people who've studied law.
Exactly.
Okay.
So right now, let me use the media as an industry. We are actually starting to emerge with some of our first arbitrators from the media industry. Why? Because the media is always exposed to conflict. It's exposed to disputes. And who better than an expert in that area who understands context to deal with those things? So what am I saying? I'm saying anyone who is a subject expert in a particular area. So a lot of arbitrators come from construction disputes. They're not lawyers. The architects, engineers, and so forth. Some come from the financial and procurement area. Those guys are CPAs and members of KISIM and so forth. And eventually what you need is to be, like now, let me use your subject area, which is media. You now need a layer which now exposes you to how to run a dispute, because we don't need to teach you about the content of the dispute. You already know what happens there. But how do you handle this to parties? How do you handle the procedural rules when they present cases and so forth?
So what kinds of cases are, should I say, fit for arbitration? So what because I was thinking anything can go before a judge. But at what point do we decide that, no, this one, let's go to an arbitrator?
So there are those cases lawyers refer to as, there's a scenario they refer to as public law. Things to do with the constitution, criminal actions and so forth, where you're dealing with something that is bigger than a private person-to-person relations, like a marriage, a contract, and so forth. So there is a line that is often drawn between that public divide and the private divide.
Okay.
So, for example, you can't arbitrate the presidential petitions. Yeah, because you can imagine what that would look like when somebody who has been appointed privately is determining an issue that is affecting all Kenyans publicly. But now if we have a contract, you're buying a car from me, we're doing land business, maybe an investor has come and is investing in infrastructure and all of that. Those scenarios lend themselves very nicely to arbitration, because those individuals, for different reasons, they don't want to go to court. Maybe confidentiality. There's so much at stake. As soon as your case is out there, people are saying you're in court, you're tayari. Imekuchomea kabisa. And even if you win the court decision, you know what it is. It's already out there in the public perceptions. There's a public court of public opinion. So people don't want to go to the formal justice system to make sure that they preserve that sense of confidentiality. They keep things in private and so forth. You can imagine similar things would also happen in a marriage. I was listening to the earlier conversation and you were talking about gold diggers and all of those things. You can imagine now if those things now pop up and everyone is listening. You've seen some of the most entertaining court cases.
Sure.
Yeah, and those ones where now hiyo maneno ya ndoa inatolewa inafunuliwa huko nje, and people actually are not even interested in the decision afterwards. They just
look at you as that
one
person.
sentence.
What?
Yeah, yes.
Yani, this is what they said about Prof.
This was a gold digger. Yes.
So so we can actually people who are seeking to divorce can actually go before arbitration.
To the extent of when you're dealing, for example, with matrimonial, and I tread carefully here.
Yes.
What they tend to do, you talked about different, because remember, mediation is got that soft touch about relationships, maintaining relationships, watu kusikilizana, you know, what do you feel and that. So a lot of those cases actually end up now in mediation as an ADR mechanism.
Yeah.
Yes.
You also mentioned that there's some cases like the presidential petition that one hiyo kidogo itakuwa tricky.
Yeah, you can. They said that's not possible.
Partly because of what the Constitution says about that particular issue.
Yes.
You see, it's specific.
Yeah.
That issue can only be adjudicated at the Supreme Court. So there's no wiggling room.
Yes.
But mkikosana na nani, that one, there's a lot of wiggling room.
Yes.
So let's say tukosane na my employer.
Yes.
Then I resign, or my employer ends up firing me.
Yes.
And I have issues about that process. Now we can go before an arbitrator.
Most importantly, there must have been something in your contract that would suggest you can go to arbitration. So arbitration is always grounded on something. Normally it's contractual, what we call the dispute resolution clause. So maybe look at your employment contract, kuna mahali hapo kwa hiyo clause inasema this and this happens, or if there's a dispute.
In the event.
Yes. This is a great candidate for our arbitration
program.
City. By the time I leave, I'll make sure you have applied to our institute in London. In the event of this and this and happens. So it starts telling you what happens. It says first people must speak. If they don't agree, negotiations. Then they go to a mediator, and they gives timelines. If they don't agree within a specific time, then it will go to arbitration. And if you don't agree on who the arbitrator is, this body is going to appoint the arbitrator, so that you can't stall the process.
Yeah.
Now you take your employer there, you argue, you deliberate, you're in a very confidential environment.
Yes.
You can say whatever you feel. It's not going out. And for that, it's a very, very amicable, let me not say amicable, but a swift and expeditious way to have that dispute resolved. If you go to court, you are in the world of ELRC.
Okay.
So you kuna sasa mlolongo, there's all those long queues also. And we don't know when your matter will be determined. I have a matter right now, and I'm a legal practitioner.
Yes.
The matter is it's coming almost to 10 years.
Yeah?
Yes, it's a matter to do with libel.
Okay.
Imekaa hapo. But you see, think about now if I'd gone to arbitration and I was dealing with the same matter.
To have taken a shorter time.
6 months, 8 months, I should have been done.
So let me take in 10 years. Can I go and tell the court, I think I need to shift this to arbitration because of number one, Masai naenda?
Yeah. So there are two things you can do. Of course, if you agree as parties, there is nothing wrong to. I think there's an order 46 that allows courts to get involved in the redirecting of work to arbitration. But even more importantly, more and more, the court and its DNA and the CJ is promoting mediation.
Right.
So at any time, first they themselves are screening those files and seeing what is now amenable to these ADR mechanisms, and they are pushing it there. But you also can raise it. You can talk to the other party and say, this is what we want to do. I have to say there's a small caveat there.
Okay.
You are assuming the other party wants that dispute
resolution option.
Yeah. There are people who essentially the tactic ni mkufe pamoja. So you just drag it out
until mmoja wenu achoke.
Exactly. There was a very, very sad story again. Being my earlier years in law, there was this guy who was almost turning 80. He had a case from 1970, early 70s. The thing was now getting to, I think, 20, 30 years. It had been in court. And then I was working, of course, for insurance. I was defending the insurance company. This guy came to my office and said, please, wakili, naomba tafadhali, just help us settle this thing. I'm almost going. This thing keeps going to auctioneers. I've been paying, and I've paid I don't know how many times over. And we know your strategy. You've been instructed by the insurance people, delay this thing until it disappears. So there's that thing of financial inequality between parties where somebody anaweza really, they can press the other person.
They have the financial muscle.
The financial muscle.
To delay that process for as long as they like.
Exactly. Very sad.
Let me ask you something, Professor. We hear of mediation, we hear of arbitration. We thank the Chief Justice because these processes, it is her mantra that, and the cementing of it, that laid bare this need and propagated the notion that, look, there are options to finding solutions to disputes. Okay? What does that tell us about the society that we have? Because one, we know the courts are chock-a-blocked with cases pending. Now, those who are trained arbitrators, trained mediators, able to meet the needs and the demands for those services, one. Two, what does it tell us about the society of Kenya that we have? Because if the numbers of mediators and arbitrators increase, the number of court officers increase, the number of disputes increase, because in the absence of these disputes you have no work. What does it tell you about us?
Definitely, we are and have always been a very dispute fertile society. So, let me give you some stats that answer that question indirectly. So there was a research that was conducted about the disputes that go to court and those ones that are being handled outside court. Quietly, they're just being done. And I think the ratio, sometimes the stats differ. It's maybe 75 to 25, 90 to 10, suggesting that 90% of the disputes, they're already being solved somewhere. And this is a problem of disputes. It's like water. It will find a way out. It keeps piling. Somebody must deal with it. So our job now is to look at that 90% and ask this question. The people who are resolving those disputes, the chief, for example, that one there, in the mashinani, when they are contesting, the family elder, what capacity do they have? And who is involved in building that capacity? So that, and this is, I think, what City is saying, all of us become dispute literate. That's a very interesting word. It's a life skill. It actually shouldn't be like a professional thing. Yes, you can become a professional a dispute resolver, just like you are in the business of communications and you're professionals.
Right.
But everyone, somewhere, must learn how to communicate. So our business is now looking at that larger segment and building it. Because the one thing that will not disappear is disputes.
Strangely, in any traditional societies, the division of roles or division of labor, as economists would call it, was actually clear. There were people to whom disputes were taken. And they even had names. They were known. These are people who it is accepted in their community. They have a sage way of listening to issues, and they have a sage way of being balanced. So such people actually existed.
Yes.
The imposition of an administrator by the colonial government called a chief messed it up.
Correct.
Because a chief,
there you are,
and his role was not to work for the community, but to work for the person who paid him.
Yeah.
Yes, he had this other role, and some of them, in terms of communication, were conducted through chiefs, barazas, etc., etc. But the communities always knew whom to go to, just like they knew who to go to if you're unwell.
Yeah.
They knew.
Yeah.
They also knew who to go to if you have a business problem. They knew.
Yeah.
Because such people had shown themselves, just like they had craftsmen whom they knew, if you want this thing made for you, you go to such a person. And because of the way in which they practiced the apprenticeship, it was a continuing profession within that particular family or within that particular community. But now, there's a term I've heard used, paralegal. What role does it play in this discussion of arbitration and mediation, and what does it mean when you say somebody is a paralegal?
So paralegals are people who are on the ground. If you use this word of recognition of prior learning, there are a lot of people who know what to do, like you've said. They're mechanics.
Yes.
Unapeleka gari kwa jamaa huko Kibira. The guy knows how to repair it. But what doesn't he have? He doesn't have the papers. So he's not gone to all of these schools and he's not done that. Yeah. So in the language of the formality of law, they are processes. And many people haven't completed all those processes. Some people just have a certificate at a very basic entry level. KSL results, you saw them. I think a third of the people who sat the exams passed. So there are all these people that don't finish the formal process. Yeah, they are on that end. But they are on the ground. They have some kind of certificate in what to do. They are mixed with the community.
Yes.
Some of them have gone through some informal training. Maybe Kituo cha Sheria has built capacity on these guys. Now, the paralegal is very key because of the three issues that CT mentioned. If we're going to return back to the pre-colonial stage where legitimacy matters, your acceptance by the community, nothing is more beautiful in a dispute than the disputants knowing this person directly and being happy the person comes from amongst them. You remember during the ICC issue, one of the things that made many African countries unhappy with the ICC, when you look at the court and deciding on African matter,
hakuna Mwafrika.
Hakuna Mwafrika. You would look at the color of people, you would say, hey. Yeah. So people were asking what's happening. So what he says, City, you make a very powerful point, the question of legitimacy, taking the dispute resolver and extracting them from the ground, restoring what the colonialists did. And with that, he makes a second point that's even more powerful, that person has the interests of that community. They know what is happening on the ground. So they are not like a foreign person, ameitwa, just been appointed, and then they are there in some place. They don't even know the social-cultural issues.
Yeah.
They don't know what it means, even when people are intermingling. And, the human society can be very, very strange.
But, Prof, on that same breath, is it not possible to have this person from that community, but also have a bias? Because if we come from the same community and I happen to be that person who has been chosen, I might have an inclination towards CT because CT probably is my relative in one or another, or is a friend, or my brother has a contract with him, so now I don't want to go against him.
But Paul, the very thing you say is
Yes.
what lends credence to what we're saying. Because of that knowledge base,
Yes.
the community would know who to take the matters to.
There you are.
They would know.
There you are.
They know you're biased. They know you are leaning.
Yeah.
They know you are in laws.
Yeah.
They know your madness. They know everything about you.
Exactly. You know the
they know my madness.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, they know the drunken uncle. They know the uncle who this one did this and this. There's a scandal here. So they do their own vetting process. You know, now when it's an outsider, sometimes you're not even able to vet.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, this guy, whether he was a molester or something, he's just arrived. And because he's putting on a suit, he speaks very well.
Yeah.
People wanamkubali.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You've mentioned that whole issue of KSL and students failing these examinations. What is happening in that end? Because I think they mentioned that was this I don't know, this is I guess number sijui ni mara ya 10 ndio wanaanguka kama sijui ni mara ya ngapi. But the point is they're failing.
Yeah.
Why?
I feel very sad about this issue because every now and then a KSL student who's repeating the things you for third or fourth time calls me. And I think it is not a silver bullet answer, one thing.
Yeah.
I think there are several things that are at play. One, for sure, the teaching, there's no way you will escape vindication as a teacher when your people fail.
Yeah.
Let me just put it like that. If you met me and I am a teacher,
Yes.
and my students are failing,
Something
the
wrong with
first call, the candle must turn to me. The spotlight must be on me. I don't accept the old school of thinking where you are all failing. City, you must have gone to those schools.
You know, actually, yes.
yes.
Tuliambiwa, mimi nakumbuka my first day of campus, tuliambiwa many of you,
Yes.
wengine wanawake mtapata mimba, wengine sijui mtatoka hapo mwende mfungue duka za mutura.
Paul, did you ever ask yourself what that lecture was about? We all got it. Did you understand?
I don't understand.
No, it was actually a motivational lecture. When someone confronts you with the absurdest thing, which is really not on your mind, the understanding is that it's supposed to purpose you to ensure that you prove him wrong. They are deliberately annoying. Do not think. And usually it was a psychology professor who would be giving you that talk. I remember the first time I came across, I wondered, what the hell is this guy talking about?
Some of you, I started looking at my comrades, I was like, could it be you? Because I was like, I'm definitely not part of that group.
Precisely. But Paul, consider for a single second.
Yeah.
Consider. This history, don't think it started yesterday. In the faculty of commerce at the University of Nairobi, faculty of architecture, there were issues with professors in the previous century when I was just about to enter university myself. I hadn't gone there yet. There's a guy whose name featured, it was called Jorgensen. Still remember the case. Students went on strike. Same issue. The number of people failing, and they said, what do you mean? We've been going through school and we've been doing well all this time. We don't party from Monday to Monday. We actually study. We do well in our continuous assessment test, and then you're telling us that we failed.
Yeah.
You ask, the purpose of that education and the curriculum that is supposed to help achieve that purpose, how is it put into practice? And when you then assess, that is what the exam is about, what is it that you seek the outcome to be? Because the same discussion is had with accountants. The same discussion was had with surveyors.
Yes.
Before you are certified, you must fail a couple of times. It was like, no, seriously.
CPS.
Yes, a few, 2 or 3 get through, but the majority of you, you can get 70 and you failed.
Yeah.
Because the pass mark is 90.
It's true.
So
there is the bell curve.
Yes.
What they call the bell curve.
Yes.
Where you're meant to have some sprinkle of A's. Wengine wamejaa hapa. And then you're meant to have a few.
Yes.
But now what do you say when you've got these guys are all on the side? They're failed. And yes, we are trying to motivate them, but we also must look at the results and ask, is this now being counterproductive? You know, are we telling the person very, very the other side of it?
You know me, I was told, Professor, that this is what you professors do when you're marking our exams. Mnachukua hizi all the answer sheets. Then there's a circle in your office.
I know where you're going.
Hii circle ya katikati ndio wenye wamepass. And then there's a bigger circle, of course, circling the first one, where we have now the ones in the middle. And then we have another, anyone outside of those two circles, huyo ni anapata E, retakes and all that. So unazirusha hivi juu.
Paul.
Zenye zimeanguka katikati ndio mnachukua.
Paul, those are myths. Have you heard of the myth where they were the myths, underlying myths, professors who, in assessing, there's some 3 hours you actually go there. He actually looks at you. And the surprising thing is, the pretty girls in your class all seem to pass. So you're wondering,
no, but there is no smoke without fire. Can I tell you something that would lend support to the city? Oh, and of course, this is just a conversation. So I don't have empirical data. But there are people who noticed that there was a difference between when we used to sit in person and when we didn't sit out in person. So I'm not going to go into that because I don't know who is listening and whether this is going to turn to...
Don't worry, we shall arbitrate.
You leave it amorphous. You don't get specific.
I'll tread carefully. Your viewers might be on my case after this.
So, this KSL issue, how are we going to solve it? Because we didn't hear about this a decade ago, but now surely it's and I think it's probably even affecting the quality of our legal practice. I don't know, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right. I think at the end of the day, who you get into the market is very important. You can see buildings that are collapsing everywhere. You have something that went wrong. So it's not the idea of just passing people. Because if you pass people and they're the people who are going to build roads, treat you in hospitals. Today I'm told, when you are going to seek treatment, you look for wazes. Look for a doctor ule amezeka sana. Because there are fears that the system has done many, many things. So one way to solve this is capacity. See, if we say the teacher has a central role to play, how do you increase the capacity of the teacher? I think those guys teaching, those KSL units, the numbers, the teacher-pupil ratio, they just don't add up. You cannot be in that kind of situation. Remember when they brought free primary education and very good performing schools, Olympus, the numbers just bulged. Now the teacher was no longer teaching with a 1 to 30 ratio. The thing had changed to 1 to 70. How much can you deliver?
You actually can't deliver.
You can't.
Actually, I was told by a teacher who is there are schools in that area that have got up to 200 students in one class. One teacher.
Look at that.
Did the classroom size increase?
No, I don't know about the rooms.
That is actually the sad part.
About the rooms, maybe he didn't. I can't remember the details. But it doesn't matter whether you're teaching in a town hall. 200 students, one teacher.
Do you know why I say this? There are schools that I personally have seen where the desks are literally next to each other. There's no space. So to get your chair, you walk on top of
the other desk.
Yes, to get to where you're sitting. Same process when you want to leave. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, you cannot be serving the interest of the education of these young Kenyans if that ratio is not manageable. Because these 200 to 1 are competing with schools where they are 25, 15. Some, you're 25, you have a teacher and an assistant. How on earth are they going to compete with that one?
Impossible.
How do you mark all their assignments? How do you check their performance?
Now you're saying,
how do you give each student the, that TLC that is needed, tender love and care for that subject?
Paul, I am a teacher. I taught secondary school. You are in a school with 4 streams.
Yes.
You're teaching from 1. 4 streams, there are 40. Okay? In each class, that's 160. Somebody gives you from 3. My friend,
320.
You have to be very careful about how you give the work, how you give homework, what work you do in class and is assessed in class. Because in the absence of the assessment and the feedback, you have no idea what the students are doing, and they also do not have an idea of how they are doing. And that's 40. And you can actually manage it. but you're going to be marking until midnight. And someone like me who taught the English language, there are some really enthusiastic students. You tell them to write an essay. You even give them the number of what they should write. Then they go and do double that.
You said 200, someone does 600.
This person writing a book.
A dissertation.
So there's a problem with the ratio.
You have to deal with that. I think this judgment that affirmed the devolution, let me use that word,
yes,
of the moving away from the monopoly of KSL to many other institutions is the right way to go. I think it's just one of the many things. You have to spread it. So more people coming to that.
Yes. But wait, Professor, what would that then mean? That we have Kenya School of Law, and then we have another institution also offering similar training.
Yeah, so you have a lot of people who can be accredited as providing what Kenya School of Law does. So it means it can go to the villages. People don't have to come all the way here
to Nairobi.
And it can be done maybe to address this question of ratio.
Prof, can I ask a question? Once upon a time, I used to hear that one didn't necessarily have to go to university to study law to become an advocate of the High Court. You could be a clerk, and there's a process by which you could advance.
Yes.
Okay? Today we're talking about Professor Wainaina, who started off as a primary school teacher. A process exists. That's why he ended up being VC of Kenyatta University.
Correct.
In the legal profession.
Actually, that is one of the things that we need to work on. Senior counsel Paul Mwite went through that process.
Yes.
He's one of the most brilliant advocates that we have today on record. And I think we can speak about a few others.
Yeah.
This is the thinking of modern society. In fact, the German society, a lot of this developed world, this is a thinking that you recognize prior learning and you create pathways so that people are not consigned and confined. This is what you got in KCSE, whatever the system now is evolving to, and that is where you're going to die. You were born there, and it's a caste system. You must provide mobility that recognizes that you have gained pragmatic experience. And what are we looking for in the long run? Are we looking for just exams that are passed, or are we looking for the ability to practice and deliver service?
It should be ability.
The ability to practice. And so I really second what's been happening in other jurisdictions, and I hope it can come here. I think there is one or two cases in MKU. They have some kind of pathway from people who are getting to do a diploma, and then they can still move up to get into the LLB degree and move up until they are now at KSL. And they practice. I think that should be the case for almost all professions.
Because I'm not sure, I'm asking, who do we task with the role of ensuring that the curriculum that we use for higher learning in any discipline is aligned to the needs of the country at any given point in time?
So these guys, the Kenya National Qualification Authority, they are very, very key in that discussion, because they have undertaken an exercise. This exercise starts with, where is Kenya? And I think it should start with, where does Kenya want to go? But I don't want to bring Singapore into all of this, because...
Too late, we're already there.
We're already there.
But yes, continue.
So you have to start there. You then ask our current demographics and its expertise. What do we have? What are we lacking? So if we want to be a digital economy, if we want to be a labor exporting economy, if we want to be a service industry, what do we have? But the problem with our country is this issue of coordination. This is really causes us. Everybody is doing something meaningful, but the problem is, even if you've got great team players, unless you create some coordinative structure, you'll have a dissonance. That's what tends to happen in most cases. So that exercise is recognized. There's an institution that's meant to do it, but whether it practically is being translated into all the way from ground stream into the academic learning, into these discussions that we're having around revising the legal industry's curriculum, that is another question. Whether the professional bodies are in on it, LSK, Is it, really, when you think about what LSK does, many people used to think about advocates as just matters of court. Today, we know legal counsel doesn't deal with court. In fact, it's more multidisciplinary than ever. So who is now informing that until it goes right down to primary and a child who is thinking, what do I do? And interestingly, the children are ahead of us, as you can see, because the digital world enables them to move way, way ahead. They can see what is happening. They already get interest in certain areas. I was seeing how fast when this guy came, Speed came.
I show Speed.
Yeah, I show Speed.
But that's Paul's friend.
Yeah. Okay. So when your friend arrived to a movie, this, you can see he's already created such a huge career choice shift at a very early age. Is that who is getting the temperature thermometer for that shift? Who is now preparing whatever infrastructure to enable many other people to realize that the developed world is much better because its communication points move much faster.
Okay.
Here we'll only discover, maybe 10 years and then something else coming
must we go through the pain and suffering that those countries went to arrive at where they are? Because they didn't just arrive there in a day. They made colossal mistakes.
Yes.
They did terrible things to each other till they realized, we're not really going anywhere with this. And so they changed.
But I was hoping because of their experience, we just learn from it and we have that jump.
Actually, no. Let me ask, if I were to pose the question, what do you think is the dominant ethos of an adult Kenyan right now? Is it communal or is it individualistic? What would you say?
Adult
Kenyan. What would you say it is?
I would say at the moment, unfortunately, that answer in the urban areas might be very different from the rural areas. And in Nairobi, you can see it's every man for himself.
Yes.
Yeah, we are very, very, everyone, even our visitors, when they come here, they say, these guys, Nairobi is like...
And that would not be an issue if your focus was just yourself. But we are relational creatures as human beings, so it is actually not possible for you to be by yourself, so to speak.
It's not.
Whether you like it or not, other people will play a role in your life. So you are going against something that is as normal as the planet we live in, and you're trying to create a new normal. And yet, if you look at countries where they've tried to create this thing that we are now emulating in our cities, it's with disastrous consequences. They now have harsh winters. The number of old people who are dying are increasing. Okay? One, neglect. It's not as though they don't have relatives or kids. They do. Okay? You have a situation where, because we are emulating this, I know I have a neighbor, I have an idea what they look like, but I have no idea what even their name is. It's a choice. Why did I ask this question? For a simple reason. Our thinking and relation to, one, the things that matter to us with regard to the services the government is supposed to provide for us, like education. We may even know what we ought to say, but so long as it doesn't bother me, I'm not going to. And I may actually have the ability to offer something that may bring about a good change. If I see something that is being done and it's untoward, and it is by somebody who comes from a political party that the region I come from supports, I'm not going to comment. Why? Because I don't see how it's going to bother me directly. Now, that is a ticking time bomb.
It is.
Because you are creating a situation where the very thing that is supposed to help build you is the one that you are helping erode. And that is an ethos that we have accepted. And do you know who the buyers of that system are? Our children. Because they watch us. And urbanization is no longer what it was before. That particular definition is increasing. The moment we had devolution, urbanization was going to grow.
True.
So the story that we've had from eternity, that the bulk of our population in the rural areas, that is slowly but very surely
eroded.
Yes. And even in the rural areas, because of the proliferation of the communication network, we're in the communication age.
Yes.
The very things we do here are also being cascaded back into the rural areas.
Kulo Shago.
Yes, yes.
Right. Prof, yeah, sorry, please.
No, this is a very, very powerful point because it goes into how we interact with public services.
Yes.
So it's happening is more and more, let me use the term middle class, middle income, whatever that means. It's quite a big group there. If you can solve the problem privately, you disengage from anything public. So whether it's security, the thing is falling apart, you get your own guards.
Yes.
Education, it's funny, you go
to
private school. All the way until university, by the way. And it's a very, very dangerous thing because even from now talking about legal training and advocates and that, you'll see, and this is a big problem, trying to generate what you call public interest litigation. It's just being done by a few. Why Umtata is very, very popular in our society is because he is doing something which essentially many advocates should be doing. And the irony is that, he's not gone through
any legal training.
The legal terrain and all of that.
Or Dr. Gikenye from Nakuru.
Or Nakuru, yes. Like the recent matter. So we need to ask ourselves very seriously, what is the outcome of this thing when it all ends?
Yeah.
And many countries, I think, I like what you're saying, do we have to go through what others have gone and then, of course, end up where, at a point where you crash? But many systems show the longer that this takes and the more we exit that sense of call of duty and relationship awareness that this is affecting someone, and just for that reason we should care. The longer we take, we're going to end up with a scenario like the way we had abandoned Somalia. For a very long time we said that's not our problem.
And yet it actually is our problem.
It was, yes. When the attacks now started hitting us, we realized that if you have a basket case country around you,
and it's next door,
it will come for you.
Yeah.
The Tanzanians assumed that what was happening in Kenya had nothing to do with them, didn't they?
Iliwapata.
Yes.
Pole tu.
The warning was there, the signs were there, and the system of governance that they have makes surveillance, it makes intelligence a lot easier to acquire. Somebody dropped the ball because they ignored it. What we saw happening in terms of the youth uprising was in the offing. It was not something that was hidden, but somebody ignored it. Somebody got cocky, somebody got clever, somebody felt, since we are CCM, this thing can't assail us.
And here we are.
Actually, indeed, here we are. Yes.
And so, if you extrapolate that to failed results, do you think it is sustainable? Consistently
it's
like
not.
that?
No, do you know we had a very unique situation,
Yeah.
which one Matiang'i, when he was in Kenya National Examination Council on Education, changed. It wasn't a bell curve. We had an inverted bell curve where you had a situation where there were more A's than there were D's and A's. Do you remember that one?
I remember.
No, this. Those of us who've been classroom teachers, you really say, Kwani, what do you guys think you're doing?
This is not sustainable.
No, it's not possible. It's not just not sustainable. It is not possible.
Yeah.
Because we measure abilities without realizing we're measuring abilities.
Yeah.
That's why you'll find some students do very well in certain disciplines, they don't do so well in others, and a very few do well in all disciplines.
Yeah.
It's just this, that's a normal curve, normal learning curve. Why do you think there are so many disciplines that are on offer when you go for higher learning?
Yeah.
And why do you think at a lower level you introduce this very many subject content so that your ability can be measured and to be determined where you would fit best? That's the whole point, really. So now when it comes to a situation where there's failure, but then communication comes in. Goes back to the question I asked, what are these assessments meant for? I'm referring to the tests and the exams as assessments. What's the purpose? What are they trying to determine? And does the failure then give you a clear indication of what they set out to determine? And is it communicated as such that when somebody understands they failed, there's the understanding, this is what I didn't do, and if I do it, then I'll be able to pass? Or is it that you failed and there's nothing that we're going to do about it, reset?
Yeah.
The accountants do this better. They tell you what it is, you have failed. and what it is you need to fail, to repeat. They even tell you you're allowed to fail 3 and you can just recite and you continue. But if you fail beyond a certain level, you now have to repeat everything. They tell you. And look at even the way they categorize. You do CPA 1, you're able to do A, B, C, D, and so forth and so forth. Now, the legal profession could learn from this.
Absolutely.
It can. Prof, how long does it take to... Okay, first of all, does an arbitrator need to be trained to become one, or I just wake up and say, okay, sasa nileteni makesi zenu?
Okay, so two responses to that, yeah?
Yes.
Because we have not regulated that sector as well nationally. We do have people practicing as arbitrators who have not been trained. And it's disastrous. It's disastrous.
In Kenya?
In Kenya.
Of course, in Kenya.
Yeah, we have Kenya, them. Isn't it? And now, actually, the conversation is how we're going to crack on that. So a lot of that's a problem. But let's talk about a good arbitrator. So you go through trainings. There are levels, like every other thing. You do sit exams.
Yes.
The exams are simulated. They're both writing. Actually, some of the most challenging exams that someone has to do is in arbitration, because they're not just interested in just you sitting down.
It's called rote learning,
yes.
where you are taught to regurgitate.
Yeah, you agree exactly. Yes. So you have to, like, they ask you, you're in this scenario, what do you do? You're in this scenario, what do you do? Then there is some kind of mock. You listen to
both sides, and you must produce decisions based on what you're hearing. And in this institute, because this is a practice that is international, you're actually vetted and you're assessed by grades from across the world. People from not necessarily Kenyans. Sometimes you even don't know who is marking your exams. Like someone from Brazil, someone from some other area. So what you get is quality. What emerges now from there is somebody who knows their stuff. Yeah.
Unfortunately, just like you see with the churches, you have trained bishops and archbishops, but then you've got the other guys
who give themselves the title.
Someone
woke up and they said, I'm bishop of this church.
No, they usually start as apostles first.
Yeah.
Then kidogo now, 6 months later, they're bishop. But so... what I'm hearing then is that, and how long does the process take? The training?
It really depends on you and how fast you escalate it, because it's now what you call adult-led education. You can do it in a very short period of time. Of course, like everything else, that's going to grind you.
Yes.
So in 2-3 years, you could be done, but you're going to really work like crazy, and then you get it in bits and pieces. So it's not like you go to the highest level. So it's what you call the chartered arbitrator. Then there's a fellow, and then there's a MCAB, and there's an ACAB. So you can come out at different stages.
And you can practice at each of these stages.
Yes. But now what would happen, now sitting, for example, as a chair, when you're directing a dispute, you obviously direct it on the basis of someone's expertise. Okay. So if someone is at MCAB level, you don't want to give them a colossal. This is an arbitration between a company in Zimbabwe and with another one in England. You make a mess, because of experience, and not of any of his fault. So you can get into the thing and you can start to practice.
Okay.
Now let me tell you something. Why we are pushing for subject matter experts. Let's think about elements of disputes you guys handle. Every time in a conversation in the world, in the language of information, you have to gather what is happening. So essentially the issues. Now, are we using that as in the world of dispute resolution? Let's take our elections and what happens. The CJ, we had a very interesting conversation some time back, and we both agreed that even when the decisions are resolved, she had a very, very novel point that she made. The decision is made, presidential petition, it's determined. What happens normally after? Mvurutano, sindio? people are then you have maandamano. It's sort of, our country, how it is. Yeah. Eventually we end up with a handshake process. That is the result of what? What do you call that? Is it DR?
Yes, arbitration.
So somebody has gone, mediation, they wameanza kuongea behind the scenes, you just hear. We are only seeing the Uganda, you see people, cows, what is happening in that setting? They are sort of agreeing. Next time, you have stability. Proving that this system, if you build capacity in it, and I use the media because the media is known for some kind of neutrality, which is one of the major issues that you're meant to first start.
Yes.
You're known for neutrality. It's not that people, even when you say you're neutral, people don't exactly accept, but they know in principle, these guys at least are listening to both sides. If you could employ that process, then you could get very esteemed people. City yourself and movie, behind the scenes.
Yes.
So you have done your interview, but now you're talking to our political. How many lives would be saved?
Right.
Because the court system is not necessarily saving those lives.
Yeah.
It's just agitating.
You're right, Professor.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show, but we won't let you go before people can know how to get in touch with you, and especially if they want to get into this training program
yes.
or any other information that pertains to arbitration. How can they reach you?
My email, I'll share that with you.
Please do.
Shall I read it out or I get
you can read it out.
So it's wynekennet@gmail.com, and then my number 0708 708 071. And then they can also contact the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. So those numbers are on the website. Tell them to please feel free. Something about how they can build capacity in this area.
All right. Yeah. Professor Wayne Mutuma, thank you so much for coming through and for having this conversation with us. Arbitration, and like you've said, perhaps it is the future as far as conflict resolution is concerned, and dispute resolution as well is concerned. We take a short break. When we do return in the next hour, the conversation is all about women's health and where exactly their future is as far as that is concerned. Right now, though, here's Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 39% of Kenyans say the confusion surrounding the transition to Grade 10 is largely due to the high cost of school fees and uniforms. According to a poll by research firm Infotrack, many parents feel the competency-based education system has not brought clear improvements in learning or delivered the expected reforms. Parents and Grade 10 learners across the country say the high cost of education under the new CBC system remains the biggest hurdle. The Social Health Authority will now only pay for treatment abroad for medical procedures that cannot be done in Kenya. The Benefits Package and Tariffs Advisory Panel has listed 36 procedures that qualify with a maximum cover of 500,000 Kenya shillings per case. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale says the move is meant to curb unnecessary medical tourism, stop corruption involving local and foreign doctors.
We have introduced a robust, transparent framework for overseas referrals that put the patient first and protect our resources. If you want to pay for yourself, it's okay, but under SHA, it must fall within the 36. The only conditions which the law allowed us. We have also introduced a very strict vetting protocols. Every referral is now subjected to a peer review by the claims office.
The Trans Nzoia County government is facing scrutiny over the delayed payment of more than 52 million Kenya shillings in gratuity owed to former county employees. While appearing before the Senate County Public Accounts Committee, Governor George Natembeya blamed the previous county administration, saying it failed to remit statutory deductions. He said this makes it difficult for the current government to settle the payments.
You people surrounding the governor One day you'll be out of office. You will want to be paid your gratuity. Will it be justifiable for you to wait for 4 years?
Money is deducted from an employee. This money is supposed to be remitted somewhere for payment of gratuity when they retire. The unfortunate bit is that money is not remitted.
It is the recommendation of this committee that the control of budget does not approve any requisition until those gratuities that are older than 4 years, a payment plan is put in place or they are settled.
Above 5,000 workers from 4 sugar factories have downed their tools, demanding payments of salary arrears and benefit amounting to 10.8 billion Kenya shillings. The workers accuse the government of lacking goodwill in clearing the dues and say they are paralyzed operations until the demands are met. Meanwhile, traffic along the Webuye-Eldoret highway was disrupted after workers staged protests at the Nzoia sugar factory on Thursday.
Arrears zenye tunadai 10.8 billion for the whole sugar industry. Wenyewe wanajua kwa sababu walikachi wakafanya hesabu, lakini baadaye wakaanza kudanganya. Hizi hesabu wako nazo.
Hardship, depression, emotional. Hizo vitu zote zimewaumiza retirees. Serikali imewatanganya ya kwamba itawalipa kwa muda.
A jihadist attack blamed on Islamic State-aligned militants killed dozens of people in northeast Nigeria on Thursday, including soldiers, local sources told AFP. The attack happened overnight in Sabon Gari in remote Borno State, which has been the epicenter of Islamic insurgency by the Boko Haram and its Islamic State West Africa province offshoot rivals since 2009. More than 40,000 people have been killed and nearly 2 million others forced to flee their homes. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Crystal Palace's £50 million move for Wolves striker Jørgen Strand Larsen is in the balance after the Eagles communicated their intention to walk away from the deal. The two Premier League clubs had agreed a deal in principle for the 25-year-old Strand Larsen to move to Selhurst Park. That was subject to Palace tabling a written formal offer for the Norway forward, which Wolves would have accepted. However, that offer, which was expected to arrive yesterday, is yet to be received. Nottingham Forest ended the Europa League phase with a convincing 4-0 win over Ferencváros at the City Ground. Igor Jesus scored twice to lead the charge, with Forest dominating after an early scare when Christopher Zachariassen's header hit the post. Robbie Keane's side struggled to cope as Sean Dyche's team launched wave after wave of attacks. Despite the win, Forest narrowly missed out on a top 8 spot due to other results, and will now face the Europa League playoff round next month. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome indeed to Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes past 8 o'clock. A big shout out to a huge lineup of viewers, and I'm so sorry today, guys. I am unable to read majority of your messages because of wanasemanga wakati ndio mchache lakini mambo ni mengi. But nonetheless, a big shout out to Steve Micah. How are you doing? You're saying good conversation. Greetings, Pastor Ken. Pastor Ken. Okay, I think I'm seeing my own things here. Lots of typos, but nonetheless, Steve, thank you so much for joining. But in this particular hour, I want to focus on the future of women's health. So in studio, we have two amazing ladies who are going to help us drive this conversation. Let me start with Dr. Nyawira Gitahi. She is the Assistant Principal Clinic Research Scientist and Program Coordinator at Leadership for Innovation and Excellence in Accelerating Research on Women's Health. Now, in case kidogo mepotea hapo usijali, the title is long. We have an even longer one, Professor Nelly Mugo. She is the Senior Principal Research Scientist at Kenya Medical Research Institute and Leah Pillar, Lead for Research Development. Professor Daktari, a very good morning and welcome to Radio Generation. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. Nimesoma some very interesting titles here, but what I have gathered is that we have a wealth of knowledge in here. So maybe I will start with Dr. Nyawira. Just give us an overview of what your role is as far as this program is concerned.
Thank you, and thank you for having us. I'm not so sure we can say Happy New Year this late.
Oh, yes, you can.
We're Kenyan, right?
Yes.
It's allowed.
Tumeambiwa tunasema mpaka March.
Sawa. We're together.
Yes.
Yeah, so like you said, my name is Nyawira Gitahi.
Yes.
I'm a medical doctor. So that's my background. I got into research extremely early in my career.
Right.
So have trained in epidemiology. I'm a global health scientist, and I am excited and passionate about adolescent and young women's health.
All right.
So that's my area.
Mm-hmm.
So within this program that we are calling the Leadership for Innovation and Excellence in Accelerating Women's Health, we'll call it LEAWH for short.
Yes.
I'm the project coordinator. Mm-hmm. And so what I do is I bring together the strategy and the vision and implement it so that it comes alive, essentially making sure that it actually succeeds.
All right. Yes. Nice. Professor, over to you. Same question. What is, give us an overview rather of your role.
All right. So I am the technical lead for the Pillar for Research and Development in reproductive health for the LEAWH program. We have 3 technical pillars, so that one is on, there are 2. One is on leadership.
Right.
Training, and then the other is on the technical arm of reproductive health, the research and innovation, and Dr. Nyawira will talk a lot more about that. And then we have another lead, which also works on the curriculum and the training. So I'm on the technical arm of reproductive health.
Wow.
Research.
Awesome. When we are looking at women's health, in regards to what would you say is the biggest challenge or the biggest problem as far as women's health is concerned in the century we are today, the 21st century? Yeah. Any of you can answer. Let me start with Dr. Nyawira here.
Now,
yeah.
So that's a good question, and that's a good place to start. So first of all, and allow me to focus on Africa, where we are right now.
Yes, please.
10%, around 18% of the world's population lives in Africa, and they say that 50%, more than 50% of the women's challenges in women's health are actually on this continent. So that's a big deal. It includes, of course, this specifically is around things that are not, this is not pneumonia and communicable diseases, this is actually non-communicable diseases, and gynecological issues and obstetric issues and women's health issues are incorporated in there. So that's where we are.
Yes.
So it's a big deal. And so moving forward, one of the things we've noticed is that a lot of the women's health areas, like the ones we're going to focus on and we're focusing on in this specific program,
yes,
are under-researched, under-resourced, and most of the time have been pushed under the table for years because issues such as menstrual bleeding, as well, and she's going to talk more about them as a technical expert.
Yes.
Have really been areas that even are taboo to talk about. And it's only maybe when a woman collapses and they realize there was something else going on here. Then we run. So I think this is the state at which we are in, and that's why this program comes at a very timely time at this particular juncture in this century, and of course at this time in Africa, to be able to move this needle forward on some of these challenges.
Yeah. All right. Doctor, Professor, you were about to say something before I give the microphone. But yes,
perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Every time that question's asked, it always reminds me of the statement, Black Lives Matter. And I like to remind people that women lives matter.
Yeah.
And that seems obvious, but we don't run our spaces like it's true. And that's where the neglect question comes in. So there's several angles to look at it. In layer rate, for example, when we talk about heavy menstrual bleeding, people start thinking of singular things, but actually it's multiple things, because that's what a woman experiences. But often we think fibroids, for example, in the community level, but that's just one reason a woman gets heavy menstrual bleeding. But when I talk heavy menstrual bleeding, I'm also talking about social impact.
Okay.
So there's the clinical issues, there's the social issues. And when we phrase it that way, then we need to think about solutions which are person-centered on what this is doing to a woman. So then through layer H, that's just one of our topical areas. Others are menopause, endometriosis, really neglected areas. And then we ask our scholars who will come into this program to work on solutions, because that's what research does.
Yes.
I was just telling Dr. Nyawira when we were sitting out there, I said, I'm so glad, Siti, that you had us come on your program, because I need to say this. Very often, people treat research like an extra, like cream on top, because we focus on clinical care. I'm a clinician.
Yes.
I worked in rural hospitals. I worked in Nazareth, Kenyatta, Machakos, several places. And I'm invested in good clinical practice and care. But research is not just icing. Research is what informs good quality healthcare, and also a focus on what the problem is. And also research helps you innovate. We need new solutions to these problems. So we need to understand the problem. We need to look at who's carrying this problem. We need to understand what it's doing to their lives. And then the innovation piece says, so what are we going to do about it? And then investigate, evaluate it, and say, this is what works well. This is what excites me about this Layer RH program. That we envision doing something.
Professor, let me just take you back a few words. You said find new solutions to the problems. Does that mean that there are solutions, it's just that they're not good solutions, or they're not working at all?
An investigative mind is never satisfied.
Yeah.
But clearly speaking, if you look at the quality of women's lives and the things that diminish the quality of their lives, we do not have the solutions. So we'll come back, and I think Dr. Nyawira will speak more towards this, is that a woman sitting in this continent, and even in Kenya, for example, do you remember that thing that says that all Africans are not the same? I mean, Africa is a continent, but it's not one. What is the saying? It's not one country.
Yeah.
It's one, Nyawira puts it well, it's not one nation.
It's not one nation.
But actually, I disagree with that particular. We actually are one nation. We just think we're different. But anyway, please go on. Yes.
So how woman experiences, for example, heavy menstrual bleeding as a Kenyan varies on where she's sitting and her resource access. It's very different. What impact it has to her life also depends on her social sitting and positioning and her community around her. So what solutions do we have that focus on our women in their situation that are culturally appropriate to their social environment? So I think, to go back, do we have the right solutions for the women that we need to take care of in our communities?
Yeah.
Let me answer your question with a question. The solutions that we claim to have, are they solutions that the women that we are speaking of understand as solutions? Or are they solutions that people who do what we do, what the researchers do, consider to be solutions?
That's a good point. And I think you started off on the right framework. The whole purpose of a program like Layer WH, remember this is Africa-led by the Kenya Medical Research Institute. It was competitive, and it's targeting and working to ensure that there's collaboration between researchers who are in the academic space as well as product innovators. And so what we're trying to bridge here is a question that you asked. Number one, do we have contextually appropriate solutions? You know, many of the things that we have, whether it's devices or drugs, we often bring them from the northern hemisphere. Mm-hmm. But the question is, are they even aligned to our health systems? Are we able to carry some of these solutions? They may be the right ones. They may have fantastic, outcomes. But are we able to integrate them in our often strained healthcare systems, whether it's by human resource, whether it's by our resources in terms of how much money we actually plug into our health systems? And in our nation, we know that's another story. We actually write poems about it nowadays, but story for another day. We have a challenge of ensuring that that woman in the rural area is not constrained to having to have referrals to a private hospital. What are the solutions that we can have? Let me give you a little story. We have equipment, for example, that we are using in what you now call our county and sub-county hospitals. And sometimes when we bring in people who are in those other areas of the world and they look at it, they say that this is equipment that ideally should be in their basements. These are not things they use anymore. That does not mean that it's not working for us. That's what we're able to have. But the question is, how can we innovate so that we do not necessarily have to continue bringing in or upgrading or maintaining according to someone else's standards? What Layer WH is hoping to do is to bring forth academic researchers, product innovators, bring solutions that they create for our women, for ourselves, that are long-lasting and sustainable. Okay. So that's the answer.
Sounds good. Sounds very good. These things always sound good when they're presented. But there are individuals whom these interventions are supposed to reach. Their lives that these interventions are supposed to change. Now, my question, what role do they play in this entire discussion that we have? Remember, they are the recipients of what we are saying. What is their role? How are they integrated into the entire or the entirety of the... Yes, Professor Nelly.
It's your favorite topic.
You're a behavior scientist. So, and I was about to say, we are also wanting to poke the bear, though we should maybe call it the leopard, to be culturally contextual. Correct. I think you're asking, are we people-centered in our solutions? Are we creating solutions? And how do we do that? How do we create solutions and innovations that are appropriate to the people who will use them? So we're not just turning up. I'm reminded of a story of some tourist who went up northeastern and was aboard at people walking in the hot sand barefoot, And he went and got some very expensive shoes and took to them to solve a problem, and they proudly carried them on their shoulders. They didn't need the shoes.
And continued walking.
That wasn't their problem. So I think we need to make sure we don't give solutions to problems that don't exist, that we understand what people reflect as their problems. And this is where research comes in, right?
Yes.
Because in our systems, and I'm going to just backtrack a little bit, if you'll allow me. But we have a system where we were trained literally in a clerical mindset. We absorb what we are told, and then we repeat and redo. We don't question.
We regurgitate it.
We regurgitate and do it as it's taught in the book by Williams, by everybody else. But was this designed for the people we are serving? So through research, and I'm just going to go back and emphasize this, through research, it gives us that repositioning to reflect again, one, on the solution you asked.
Yes.
Do the solutions exist?
Yes.
And then the question is, do they serve us, the solutions? So I want to say, number one, to a lot of problems, solutions don't exist. Like endometriosis, and won't dig into that, but we can. But the whole pain around women's reproductive health and their menstruation, which comes from multiple conditions, and what solutions we provide. We don't have adequate, how many days of schooling, how many change in careers, how many social dreams are disrupted by all these reproductive health issues around women. So for some of them, solutions don't exist. Secondly, if they exist, they're not appropriate or not accessible. And we want to say that with a research mindset, as what CIT is taking us, we want to question everything. And through Lair RH, we want to make sure that we give an opportunity to African scientists for women's health. So it doesn't have to be women scientists. Men, you're on board because women are your business too, I believe.
Yes, they are.
They are. So you must be part of the
conversation and solution.
And solution. So please apply, both men and women scientists, to find solutions and identify and phrase out women's reproductive health challenges for our continent. African-led.
Africa has been mentioned time and time again, and your sentence has just ended with Africa again. What's the scope? This program, how many African countries are we talking about?
The short answer to your question.
Yes, Doctor, if I can ask you to direct your voice to this microphone. Nimezima, it has some interference.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. The short answer to your question is Africa.
In its entirety.
It's an entirety.
This is going to be an enormous task.
Absolutely. And I want to take you back to your question. What you talked about, are these solutions, are there women involved?
Yes.
I think one of the things that, in addition to questioning everything, as Prof. Mugo has brought out, in addition to ensuring that we have the right caliber of people thinking about the right questions, what Lair WH program is trying to do through the curriculum that we talked about. For example, the pillar that Prof. Mugo leads, the research, development and innovation pillar. Many of us have come from settings of trainings where we just talked about it was regurgitate, do and do and do. And so what we're trying to do is to incorporate things such as critical thinking, discrete choice experiments, where you go and ask people, if I was to put this thing in you when we're examining you on the gynecological table, how does it feel? Would you come back? So those are some of the things that make people not to access, testing and gynecological, because, it's traumatic just to think about the process and how you'll be probed and the materials that will be used. I'm just saying. So if you had something where you had product innovators actually understand, have an engineer understand, how does this thing, how do the women experience it when she has to undergo this exam, and then talk with the researchers about what are the conditions that we then will be working with, and putting all that information together. And I'm really simplifying this because it's much more complicated. That is a crux. Again, participatory research is something. Human-centered design. Those are the things we're bringing in, people who have sat in labs for a long time with brilliant ideas, have a lot of designs and people who are making web applications and people who are data scientists, to help them understand, hey, it's great that you have this ingenious, invention, but this is what people think about it, and this is how you must incorporate the women who are going to be beneficiaries. So I think at the end of the day, what Lair WH will do, in addition to ensuring that we have a very, very robust, kind of curriculum, is also that change of mindset. That is what will change the ecosystem sustainably. Create what you call a critical mass of investigators, of researchers, of product innovators who are really, really invested in inclusive solutions for the women of Africa.
There's an interesting axiom of research, and we've moved far away from it. I'm reminded of a certain diaphragm program that was conducted in Kibra. Professors Bukusi and the late Professor Ngugi were part of it. I speak because I was also part of it. And it was among sex workers. This was during the early days of HIV. And one of the questions that would be asked was, this was how it was framed, do you use the diaphragm all the time, or do you use it some of the time with your partners? And the respondents, 99%, said yes. They said yes. A year down the line to the 3-year research program, when we had the baraza and we were talking with these ladies, we noticed there were very many small children, toddlers. I believed what they had said, so I assumed that there must be a daycare program that these ladies had initiated where they were looking after children, because we were in Kibra. So upon further investigation, I discovered these children had mothers and the mothers were in the audience. So a question had to be asked. We had asked many questions and they had responded.
Yeah.
The question we didn't ask was, are there any partners with whom you do not use protection? Because had we asked that question, they would have given us a different response.
Comprehensive response.
But participant behavior also tends to lean towards the scientists, the daktari, the individual whom they observe and believe is someone who represents a positive change for them. So their response to you, and that is the reciprocity of the good they receive, so they're reciprocating. They will seek to answer yes to almost everything that you ask because they think that will make your life easier. So I'm using this example for one simple reason. In a resource-constrained country like ours, this is as politely as I can put it, when you have people whom you want to train, you have people whom you want to ensure understand. Thank you very much, Edna. So some chalk probably rubbed off. The need to be able to actually gather data that represents the truth, not the truth that the participants believe you would like to glean, becomes crucial. And they do have the knowledge you need, they do have the responses that you require, and they even know what is actually appropriate for them. They do know. Are we saying that the professionals that you've gathered and the expertise that you're bringing in are people who will be able to balance this particular equation that I've presented and ensure that the participation eventually gets out the truth that the people we want to provide these solutions for have actually grasped, and they're participating in the most honest way possible?
I think that's such
profound question.
Important question. That we get the answer sometimes that the audience think we want to hear.
Yes.
And how do we make sure that at the end of this training program,
yes,
the answers we're giving is not our own answers, but the answers from the community that reflect the needs of the community.
Yes.
So one of the things that we have in RH is a very big, how many member advisory group? 17 who come in the different pillars. We also have faculty, we have mentors, and the curriculum is also supported by consultants who help us think through this curriculum. And I remember in discussions with the curriculum consultants, was it yesterday, the day before yesterday, they said, I understand what you want is that what we want, the people who come in at the end need to be different. They need to be equipped differently. So when they ask those questions, they're not getting back their own answers. And we'll keep that in mind, CT. And the behavioral science piece of innovation, and I'll just dive into that a little bit because it gets forgotten. In product development, there's engineering, there's lab-intense people. As Dr. Nyawira said, you're concentrating on your product. You're seeing it. You're forgetting the person, the end user. Now, in the design now for product development cycles, we say you need to start with the end in mind. So as you're developing your diaphragm, what it looks like, what color is it, what shape it is. You need to make sure that the product you're using is acceptable to the community of end users. Otherwise, if it's no value.
Yeah.
Is of absolutely no value. So through this training, we must incorporate the person who's at the bench must understand also that they're creating a product for people that people can use. So incorporating all that full circle through this training, having people in science who usually don't speak to each other, because the engineer and the doctor often sit in different places. I'm going to give an example where innovation has worked. Kijabe Hospital, I believe, came up with CPAP. CPAP is a locally innovation for supporting newborn babies' respiration. And ICU care with the respirators is very expensive. And most of our units didn't have them. So our babies who needed, NICU, the intensive care unit, couldn't get respiratory support. But they were able to come up with a simple tool that's now widely used across this country to support newborn babies in intensive care respiration. So it's possible to create tools which are locally, which are responding to local needs and are appropriate for our local environment. It's been done. So through Layer 8, we want that focus now to come to women's health.
So we're going to be encouraging innovation.
Absolutely.
Now, what review process do you have or do you envision with regards, this is a 5-year program.
Right.
At what stages will you pause and look and ask, this is what we've done? What mechanism do you have or are you planning to set in place that will make the review process not only robust, but it'll answer the questions that have been asked, it will test the responses that you have been given, and it will ensure that you are actually on the path that you have set out to achieve?
The answer to that, it's every step of the way. We are researchers. We do not leave anything to chance. Program evaluation has to be part and parcel of what you're doing, even for a training program. For example, as each and every innovator and researcher comes in, we make sure we have something called a training needs assessment. We're all coming in at different levels. We're coming in from different African countries. We have a basic standard of what a PhD, say, in epidemiology looks like. But we do have our different levels. So we want to understand, how are you coming in? What do you need? And how are we coming in to help you? What support do you need? That's the beginning. We have the baseline as you come in. This means that even within the curriculum, we will then incorporate some of these challenges and say, look, this is what we had envisioned, but we realize that from this part of the region, or this regional part of Africa, we do have a slight challenge, or these folks are ahead, or these folks are more tech savvy, or AI is a big deal here. So these are the adjustments we need to make. So you see, it's a continuous, live, reiterative process. The second thing we have is at every step of the program, mid-year, end-year, we have what we call evaluations, not only about the program, but also to check on the progress. Remember, one of the outcomes, and we'll talk about this later on, the major outcomes that we hope to have are very ambitious. We want to see products, an actual product that is viable.
To have change, you have to be extremely ambitious.
And that's it.
Yes.
So we're talking about having viable commercial products. We're talking about having successful grants, that someone writes a grant that we know is going to get funded. So for you to get to that level, we really need to be at a state where we're always evaluating what's the help that you need. We have mentors. Some of our partners that we should mention are the National Academy of Medicine, which is based in the United States. And these are people who have been gurus at the field of moving forward their products, understand those processes, also understand some of the ecosystems around product innovation, and understand the other investors and virtual, what you need to do to get there. However,
what experience do they have with the continent of Africa?
And I'm coming back to that.
Yes.
So we have a mix of that, because you must, in research, we say that if you want to go quickly, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, collaborate with others. So you must be able to bring in the expertise, at the same time having homegrown mentors. So these scientists will not only have the best of both worlds, they'll have individuals from the Western world who have
kind of have seen that creme de la creme and will give them the ideas that they need, but at the same time they have mentors who are homegrown. People who have actually gone through a product cycle and commercialized it, and it's in the market, to tell them, this is how I did it. This is how we do things in Africa. This is how the regulation pathways go. These are the challenges and bottlenecks you will face, but I'm here to hold your hand. And so between that and the faculty members, and of course the advisory boards that we talked about, which is really, I don't know how a world-class advisory board that has the creme de la creme of the folks in women's health. And I'm very proud of that. We envision that we will have so much input, that with so much relevance into the industry, not only internationally but locally. One of the things we don't get as African scientists is exposure. I'll speak for myself as a mid-career scientist. I think I'm where I am because I managed to get some exposure to show me what can be done, what's possible. And we therefore then move away from being in our little labs with our little thinking, and we understand some of the questions you're asking. How do I make research work without it being socially desirable? I work with adolescents. I had to learn, how do I frame these questions so that someone doesn't give me the answer that I want? Do you have a boyfriend? No. Do you have sex? No. Have you ever had sex? Never. So I think we are open-minded to the extent where we can learn what it takes to be the kind of researcher who gets accurate answers, has potential solutions, and is able to collaborate on an equal playing field with other collaborators from other parts of the world.
2 questions. This board, tell us about the composition and tell us what it is they actually do. We're in Kenya, we have boards.
That's a great question.
Yes, and we are influenced by what we know of boards. So tell us.
Prof. Mugo, do you want to take this?
Partly. One, on that note, they are not paid.
Yes.
They're not generating an income. We actually had a board meeting yesterday with the advisory.
It's voluntary.
It's voluntary. Their passion and commitment for this is astonishing. I was sitting with some family members recently and they're commenting, you're the only one who doesn't get paid for this. I'm like, because I'm a scientist, we're social, we're here for social improvement of community. What drives and motivates the individuals on the board, what their desires are to see this change is what motivates them to be members of this board. Okay. So it's a balance. I think that we have more women than men on that board on reflection.
Rightfully so. No, rightfully so. If you're talking about women's health, you cannot have a minority of people on that board not being women. Women have to be the majority.
Yes. But we still say that men are invested.
Absolutely
and must contribute to improving the well-being of the women.
Absolutely.
Society. So anyway, this board has a composition that's very diverse. We have membership from within Kenya, actually quite a number of members. We have membership from South Africa, we have membership from West Africa, we have membership from Europe and membership from the US. We have expertise in reproductive health and sexually transmitted infections, and people who've done that work for decades and have a great feel and passion for what needs to be. One of our board members is actually from the World Health Organization, who works in the agency that oversees women, children, adolescent, and sexual health. So there are people who've been invested in this space for very, very long. We have long-term scientists who've worked in reproductive health for very, very many years, looked at HIV prevention intervention. Some of them who've worked on microbicides, will not go in there very deeply, but who've also worked a lot in capacity strengthening and understand the challenges that can come as you try and innovate to produce career, academia, and innovators. We were recently in a consortium called Matrix with Sharon Hillier, who is also a member of our advisory board. She was the lead for that consortium, which was also global. And we were looking at innovative products, some of them which were so novel. It was like a piece of little paper that you can put on your skin for HIV prevention, or a tablet we can use before and after sex. So they understand the whole pipeline for innovation and product development. We have people who are innovation from within Kenya, like Dr. Karanja.
People who have now set up their own biotech companies. So this is not going to be told stories. This is how you do it. You have someone who has set up a biotechnology startup from the beginning to the end and has commercial products.
I've been waiting for you to tell me about the people who have community engagement expertise. I'm still waiting.
Oh my good Lord, you really caught us on a flat foot. But I want to tell you.
But we are getting there.
I'm waiting.
Just as I had to say to that is that so one of the reasons, CT, and thank you for hammering this in, it's very important. One of the reasons why some of these individuals have been extremely successful is because they started off at the grassroots levels. And for example, when you have a database of genetic samples from many countries in Western Africa, it means that your networks go really deep within. You've been able to have such connections right at the bottom where you are able to then convince people and let them know that what we're doing is engaging in research that eventually is going to have us have solutions. Some of the products that we're talking about, it's at the point of which you can have that tablet or that paper. It means that we do something called discrete choice experiments. Even before you got very far, you kind of went into the community and asked people, how big a tablet would you want? No. This is how I'd want it. This is what sounds right to me. So I think this space of community engagement is a really, really big part. And when I talked about the curriculum, we're very serious about it. The research and development and innovative curriculum, which Prof. Mugo leads, it's 70% of the entire curriculum. And these are the elements you're talking about, CT. How do we engage the community? How do we make sure it's human-centered? So nobody should leave this fellowship not having acquired some of those essential community participatory methods that will help us get to the beneficiaries.
I'm actually interested in knowing how you engage the community, considering some of our cultural beliefs. Yeah, you mentioned some bottlenecks that you encounter. How do you maneuver through taboo?
Maybe just to backtrack a little bit, because it's a training program. It's not a research project in itself. The fellows are the ones who will do the research from within the project. They will write grants, and through the program and mentorship and support, they will look for resources. So we must, as CT has rightfully brought up, must not miss the participatory part of community in training the fellows and embedding it in how they do science. But the program itself, so I think this is also part of community engagement, if I might say. It absolutely is.
It is.
To do the dissemination. But I think what you've brought forth, what is so important, Dr. Nyawira, is as we reflect on that curriculum and the faculty, we must ensure that the community engagement piece. I remember the mantra in HIV prevention has been, if it's not with us, it's not. It cannot be about us without us.
Yes.
So we must absolutely, and I couldn't agree more. So we're going to comb back through that curriculum. We're going to reflect back on who we are onboarding in faculty and make sure that this, we had thought of it, but make sure that it's intentionally embedded.
You know what you're saying? The analogy here is when you work with natural scientists, which is who you are, you actually have the fabric. When you bring in other natural scientists, you actually then have the thread. But you need the weaver. Absolutely. The person who actually puts this thing together, because at the end of it, this fabric has to be worn by someone, has to be used by someone. And the person who makes it possible, the weaver, that's where the people who understand community engagement come in, because all these beautiful ideas, if they cannot, there's a term I keep hearing my brother Paul is saying, if you can't land it, if
we both use it.
Yes. if it's something that cannot be wholly accepted, embraced, and entrenched, then all that work is actually for nothing.
Absolutely.
But we say, though, that remember, for product development, we must start with the end in mind.
Yes.
The end user is an essential part of understanding the products you're developing. Integral part.
Yes.
And it must start at the beginning. When you're thinking about it, about the product you're using, you must think about the community of who will use it right at the very beginning of innovation. And that's where Dr. Nyawira is talking about this discrete choice experiment issue, because that's part of going to the community with your products and getting their feedback about how they feel it when they touch it. You know, they'll tell us the rings, the intravaginal rings.
The microbicide ones?
Yes.
Okay.
On vision, people be like, it looks a little hard. So we say touch it, but then it's actually soft. Then you talk about color and what are the perspectives and, you know, and you understand. You must do that at the beginning. And I promise you that in Layer RH curriculum, it's embedded in the curriculum. What you asked us was the advisory board.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
And why I asked is because sometimes it isn't fully understood what the role of an advisory board is.
Right.
It's crucial to a process such as this one, which is fundamentally training.
Yes.
Okay? Because the expertise comes to bear on the content that you're training. And experience shows that even extremely complicated concepts, when properly disseminated by people who understand, can be accepted and understood. I still remember when there were determinations about a certain HIV and AIDS drug called Truvada as to whether it could work as a pre-exposure prophylaxis or post. And we started talking percentages. Tricky. Because someone comes and tells you, you said it works, what, 45%? Okay, it's all right. So, so if I take 45%, and then you said this other ring that my wife is supposed to use gives, what, 65%, you said? So we actually above 100%, you're saying, wait. The maths doesn't quite work like that. Now, if the person hadn't said it, I would have assumed they had understood. They actually hadn't fully comprehended. And the training component, I'm going to take the liberty of assuming that the training will be for people who are trained so that they can also train others.
We want to train leaders. We talked about change. Who comes in is mid-career scientists. What are we aspiring for is a community of well-skilled African scientists with expertise in research in women's health.
With expertise in collaboration. It's key, because for any process to actually work, something which ends with the end user benefiting fully, the person with the concept and the idea, as you said, with the end user, has to understand the need and the mandate of collaboration and the important role it plays in that entire process.
Absolutely. One of the things that we haven't talked about much in our discussion today is the other components around the curriculum. There is something we call leadership. And not just leadership, but scientific leadership. Science is not different from anything else. If you want to get something in policy, you have to know how to influence. And influence is what scientists should have really been good at. We know what the burden of disease is. We have the numbers. We are passionate about what we do. We want the clinical practice to go in a certain direction. We understand the health system. And then who are we supposed to talk to? Policymakers. The policymakers are the ones who will say, hey, we need to change these guidelines. We need to have additional, funding included here. We need to change the products we use and go in this direction. We need to invest in locally made solutions because this is tried and proven and it can work. So one of the things that you cannot have is an ecosystem, as Prof. Bugo has said, without leaders, without leadership, without people who know how to navigate the ecosystem and who can stand and sit on the tables and in the forums where they need to influence. So this is a critical part of the Layer WH curriculum. We're talking about one of the essential things you've talked about, communication. Communication, not only to your peers, but to other people who hold the purse strings, who are able to bring in the products or devices, who are the regulators, the people who are the bottlenecks. But also, community, your layman. How do you get people to understand what you're trying to achieve? Whether it's a vaccine, whether it's a product, that scope of work in terms of engaging them right from the beginning as you start the work, understanding their needs, but also going back to them and saying, hey, this is what we found. This is how much that 60% works in this way. And being very clear so that people have crystal clarity about what that means for them from a place of health. Information is power. The other bit that we're talking about is the technical bit that Prof. Mugo again leads. You know, when you come in as an engineer, you know that this is what I need to create. This is my idea. This is the physics behind it. But sometimes you need to attach a person to what you're creating and bring in that together. So this basic level of women's health understanding is also going to be introduced to them so that they are coming from a real place of understanding. So CT, back to your question about how are we integrating all these other pieces to ensure that we have this ecosystem that is going to work. This ecosystem is held together by many things. Remember, you have the advisory board that's coming together to ensure that we have an excellent curriculum. We also have a framework where we're ensuring that we bring through our networks and through those networks, building an alumni. It's a 3-year program. So every year we'll have 20 fellows, 10 who will be working on a product, 10 who are academic researchers. And as every year ends, you're building that alumni and a community of practice who will have gotten so much from the curriculum and are already essential leaders. Please note, we are bringing in middle-level career scientists, so people who are already established, pretty established in their areas, and we're very intentional about that, because what you need is to have that catalytic jump to the next level. And this is what we're hoping to offer them, so that as we build out this pipeline of products, that this is going to be sustainable. When they go back to their institutions, as they continue, leadership is something you continue to learn and to feel out through the many networks that you gain. And I think that's when we talk about transforming women's health, that's the game changer for us. You'll have a critical mass of people you've sent out into Africa to then become mentors to others, to then become trainers of others. That is why we are insistent on this caliber of people that we want to bring in.
Doc, who are some of the fellows that are coming to be trained? Are we talking about medical doctors? Are we talking about pharmacists? Like who's in this program?
That's a good question. So it's a dual track. We're calling it a dual track program. So you have the one we call the product innovator track, and then we have the one that's an academic research track. So for the one that's a product innovator track,
yes,
we have engineers,
right?
You have people who are data scientists, the people who come up with like AI models. You have people who are doing things like web applications,
Right.
techies. You have people who are even laboratory scientists, people who are creating drugs, people who are geneticists who look at genomic sequences and tell you this is a gene that causes this, and therefore if you make this change, this is what's going to happen. So that's your product innovator, and it's a wide range. We will even public health system leaders, because they understand what tweaks do we need to make in this health system to be able to have access for those women in Turkana-like areas to be able to get access to the treatment that they need. Then we have what we call reproductive health researchers. I've been using academic, but that's the wrong word, because research happens in many places, not only in universities. It happens in NGOs, it happens in other research institutes and in universities. So for this specific track, then we're looking for the other folks who are really steeped in research. That's where you have your medical doctors, your biotechnologists, your nurses, and people who have been working in reproductive health for the longest time. Women's health is broad. It even includes people like nutritionists, so I think that's who we're looking for. In terms of the eligibility criteria, master's level and above for your academic researchers.
Those who've attained their masters and above.
For the academic and research, the reproductive health researchers, master's level and above, with at least 8 to 10 years experience. And out of those years, you must have had at least 2 years experience steeped in women's health issues, because that's the crux of this fellowship. And then for the product innovators, you need to be at least a graduate, because we understand for techie, sometimes you just have it in you.
Yes.
And then, of course, you must have a product. You're bringing to the table a product.
A product that is already in use, or one that you have in mind that you're currently working on?
A product that you're working on.
Okay.
But I'll give Prof. Mugo, just an opportunity to speak more about the product.
Why not?
So I'd like people to think about products very broadly. Often we think about products like the pen, the book, the physical items, but it can also be an application, an algorithm. So we want diversity in thinking. Like we said, are you addressing heavy menstrual bleeding? Are you addressing pain? Are you addressing diagnostics? We have a huge issue in women's health on diagnostics that are accessible, affordable, and within reach of our women. So we should think about products very, very, and now we're in the electronic world, the AI world. There's lots of opportunities to use products in that space. So as Dr. Nyawera said, we recognize that innovators don't always go to continuous education.
You're actually spot on, because as you're speaking, given the scope and the breadth of what the program seeks to accomplish, innovation in this instance is actually very broad. Because I remember in the HIV and AIDS program that was initiated for the longest time by a group of doctors. There was Professor Cohen, there was Professor Bukusi, then there was Reson Marima, then there was Jeremy Penna. They came up with something very interesting called the ULIZA program. The ULIZA program is an innovation where in the remotest part of wherever it is that you are, you could call a number and there was always a clinician on duty. It was actually a phone. They had it and they could advise you on what you need to. This is somebody who was trained and understood care and treatment within the HIV scope. So when you think of innovation, the things you're saying, yes, this scope and in this information age, it is broad.
Yes, absolutely.
How to ensure that service reaches the person who needs it without someone physically being there to provide it, and using the resource that is actually available at that particular point in time.
And I want to tell people this is an exciting opportunity for mid-career scientists. We are ambitious, but I trust the Africans across this globe who are equally ambitious, who are holding on to things and just need that little light to help them move forward, that opportunity. And this is what WRH will give. There's also a piece of training that's so important beyond the leadership, is a critical thinking piece, so that people truly will come out different from when they came in. So if you're out there, don't miss this opportunity.
All right.
In a year's time, you could be very different.
Professor, what is the call to action right now to the listeners? What would you like them to do as far as this program is concerned?
Our applications are open. Yeah, and Dr. Nyawera will give you the deadlines for that. Please go to the website. She'll give more details. Apply either to be a fellow or to be a faculty member or a mentor.
Yeah.
It's a great opportunity. It's a life-changing opportunity. And the mentorship will continue beyond the 1-year fellowship. We're intentional about changing you.
Dr. over to you as we close the conversation.
So yes, as Prof. Muga has said, the call to action is that if you're a mid-career scientist, if you're a product innovator, if you're passionate about women's health, the Laird WH program is for you. As a fellow, the application portal is open and it closes on the 20th of February. As a faculty or member or as a mentor, the deadline is almost here. It's February the 6th. So please, we need your expertise. We need if you're passionate about growing scientists and this is your area, please don't miss it. Because I think even as faculty and mentors, there will be a lot of growth. Research is always a cross-learning experience, and opportunities for further growth are also available. So that's the call for action.
So www where?
The portal is available on the KEMRI site. And so just type in www.kemri.go.ke and you'll be able to see it. And then from there, you'll go to the Laird WH. There's a spot there on it, our homepage. And once you click on that, all the application information and information about the Laird program is available.
All right.
And we hope you'll come back again to tell us about the progress. Huh?
Absolutely.
With the scholars.
Yes.
About their
lived experience.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
All right, ladies, thank you so much, Professor Nelly, and of course, Dr. Gitahi. This is where we come to a close as far as that conversation is concerned. But still on matters, women's health. Next, we are hosting Dr. Omar Abdi Hamid. He's a consultant, clinical oncologist, and a cancer researcher. Well, you know where the conversation takes place, or rather takes shape. After that, don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Nairobi have arrested a suspect and recovered 36 stolen mobile phones in Kariobangi North. Officers from Kariobangi North Police Station say they acted after receiving a tip-off from local residents. The operation took place along Kamunde Road in Kanyama area, where the suspect was found in possession of the phones believed to have been stolen. Police are now investigating to trace how the phones were taken and if others were involved. Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku has warned public servants against coming to work late. Speaking after a surprise visit to Kisumu Regional Headquarters, he said a new system will soon be introduced to stop this behavior. The CS has previously made impromptu visits to several regional headquarters to check on public servants' reporting time.
Those who are in the offices by 8 were very few, below 20%. Hiyo pia lazima ikome, na itafika wakati ambao by mwezi ya 4 namna hii ambapo wengi wetu watanaswa na ile mitambo na ile program ambazo tunaweka ya kuhakikisha kwamba lazima tufanye kazi yetu tukiwajibika kwa Wakenya, na wezi ajibika kwa Wakenya kama haufiki mahali unafanya kazi kwa masaa ambayo inayopaswa.
Emotions ran high at the Milimani Law Courts on Thursday as the parents of 19-year-old Shukri Adam called for justice over their son's killing. The case, which involves 2 police officers accused in connection with the incident in Mkuru Kwanjenga, was adjourned to today. The officers are expected to take plea after the ODPP recommended murder charges against them.
Uliwa bure bila sababu na nataka haki itendeke. Juu sio hivi vijana wetu wa kwanza wameuliwa na wanatulia watoto wadogo peke yake. Mimi naomba serikali na watu hapa haki yao kijana wetu ipatikane, waache kutusungusha wakisema kesho kutwa. Naomba serikali haki ya mtoto wetu ipatikane. Isitoshe hata tunaomba rais aingilie ndani, bona mtoto ameuliwa, mtoto mdogo bila sababu. Ninaomba hiyo.
The United States has praised the key role Kenya played in efforts to restore peace and combat criminal gangs in Haiti. U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau, who visited members of security mission at the National Police Training College in Embakasi, Nairobi County, said Kenya is a critical pillar in global peace and security operations.
On behalf of President Trump, Secretary Rubio, and the people of the United States of America, to recognize your heroic efforts that are giving the people of Haiti a chance. I think there is no way that the very fragile government in Haiti could have withstood the onslaught of these gangs, but for your presence there.
On his part, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen said it's important for such missions to be effective through provision of equipment and other vital resources.
So if there's something we insist as Kenya and we share as experience, is that it is important. It's important to deploy the 5,500 officers, but it's also extremely important to make sure that there is appropriate equipment and resources to support them.
A man accused of impersonating a federal agent in a bid to free Luigi Mangione, the man accused of gunning down the CEO of United Healthcare in 2024, has been arrested. Mark Anderson is accused of going to the New York jail where Mangione is being housed and allegedly posing as FBI agent, a criminal complaint states. He allegedly said he had paperwork that had been signed by a judge to free the accused killer. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation and we're the people's breakfast. This is where, of course, we have some very hard-hitting conversations with the home of hard truths and bold insights. A big shout out to the following folks. Now, I think I have some time. I can neza salimia watu wawili watatu hapa. There's let me start with Lydia Cherono. Good morning, my people. We gave up on flowers ati ni chakula ya nyuki. Lydia Cherono, why are you giving up on flowers? Then we have Hesbon Sidon. Amesema, good morning, city and movie. This Nyota program, let's put it aside. The Hustler Fund, where are we with it? Hesbon, that's a very good question, and I agree with you. Then we have Nell 9000. Nell 9000, you saying, Buvi, tell CT Nyota Fund is primarily financed by a $229 million concessional loan from the World Bank to the Republic of Kenya. Repayment begins October 15th, 2029 and concluded by, or rather should be concluded by April 15th, 2035. What? Then we do have Wanjala 07 Asama. Good morning, CT and Paul. Tuning in from Tuda in Mombasa. Evans Nyangano amesema, movie, what was the case that Gachagua was challenging, the swearing in of Kindiki, or was he challenging his impeachment? A good question. Well, he was challenging his equipment, Evans, and I believe that is what is currently in the courts. Hesbon Sidon tena amesema, if the ruling will favor RG, that is Rigiji, then he will be viable for electoral position. This is the only remedy that the court will give. Principle of injuria sin damnum. Then then we do have Yudis Kyoko saying, I am here for the for the pronunciation of the court. We need this to end. My take 2.0 amesema, Stephen Kalonzo akiulizwa kuhusu hiyo kesi anasemaje? Then there's Abraham Letin saying, tune in Molo Nakuru County, tuned in from Molo Nakuru County. Moses Cheriot anasema, Abraham Letin, my village mate, let's pray for Kenya, my brother. And then last but not least, Steve Mike amesema, good conversation, greetings from Pastor Ken. Him and Asif Karim are doing a good job at arbitration. He's talking about Professor Wayne that we hosted earlier on. Thank you so much. And then there's Victor Lesusiana amesema, habari ya asubuhi. Well, Victor, habari yako ya asubuhi. Sisi tuko salama salmin. Ndio maana wakati huu wa leo asubuhi tunasema we want to have serious conversations specifically on women's health. We do have Dr. Omar Abdihamid. He's a consultant clinical oncologist, and he is also a cancer researcher. The conversation today is decentralizing cancer care and improving access for underserved communities in Kenya. Daktari, good morning. Happy New Year. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much for having me, and Happy New Year. We're already in February, bwana. In January was a long month.
Daktari, ngoja, wacha kuharakisha mwaka. It is still a Happy New Year.
Yeah, it is a Happy New Year. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Karibu sana. Cancer research, because that is part of what you do. Which cancer specifically are you focusing on? Or are you focusing on the ones that primarily affect women's health?
So I'm trying to do research in all kinds of cancers, but of course we need to really focus on the main cancers that are highly prevalent or very common in our own region and in Kenya. So that is mostly breast cancer, cervical cancer, cancers of the head and neck, unfortunately becoming more and more these days because of tobacco smoking and everything, and the diet changes. But mostly my passion is also on something called health service research, which actually talks about who gets what treatment at what time, at what distance.
Okay.
Because that really affects the outcome of cancer, which is what we were talking about on decentralization of cancer care. Okay. Someone in Turkana should be really getting cancer treatment the same time, same speed same quality, and maybe the nearest facility. But is that happening really? We're going to discuss that more.
Yeah. What are some of the, when you map out the challenges?
Yeah.
Because you've, using Turkana as an example, of course here in Nairobi we have options.
Yes.
And the quality, we like to assume it's higher.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Is it the quality here, is it higher than other counties?
Well, that has changed now because the Kenyan government has done a good job in decentralizing cancer centers. A lot of work needs to be done still, but 3 regional cancer centers have already been set up for the last 4 years. That's Nakuru, Mombasa, and wait for this, Garissa Regional Cancer Center.
Wow.
Which I lead.
I like the way you've just made it dramatic.
And wait for it. Exactly. Because remember, Garissa, there are counties that, I'm not flexing, but there are counties that if you hear that they do not have regional cancer centers, and Garissa has one, and we treat a lot of counties, patients from a lot of different counties, actually 11 counties.
In that region?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whole of 3 northeastern counties. Add that to Marsabit, Isiolo, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Ukambani, Makueni and Kitui County, Tana River, Lamu. All of them go to Garissa Regional Cancer Center for treatment.
Wow.
And even more patients are being referred from Nairobi due to delays and waiting times, because there are more patients in Nairobi than outside, which is, I think, the core of decentralizing cancer care.
Yeah. I don't know if you have the numbers in terms of the patients that we have in that particular region.
We do. I've actually presented this data 2 days ago at a meeting we had with the National Cancer Institute. You're talking about 7 million patients catchment area for these counties that I'm talking about. Of course, we are not treating 7 million cancer patients. I'm talking about the population we're serving.
Now you had already thrown me off.
It's the population we're serving.
Okay.
But globally, nationally in Kenya, we record around 40,000 cancer patients a year. And unfortunately, we lose around 29,000 out of the 40.
So we're only able to save
around
25%.
Yeah, but most of those numbers are also because of we are becoming good at detecting. So in statistics, the more you look for a variable, the higher you find it. So we're improving a bit of detection rate. So that is not to say that we do not have enough work cut out for us. We have a long way to go in Kenya, but better than the 60s and the 70s and 80s and 90s, of course.
Every time I meet an oncologist, I usually have this question, and I'll ask you because I need to see if the answers are consistent. In terms of having centers of excellence that will treat cancer.
Yes.
Number one, you said right now we have 3 in the country.
Yeah, outside Nairobi, we have like 6 comprehensive centers which are public. I'm not adding the privates are also quite a number.
Yes.
But outside Nairobi, we have Mombasa, Garissa, and Nakuru. I'm not adding Moi University because it's been there for a long time, just like KNH.
Okay.
But the new ones that have been built for the last 4 years is Nakuru, Mombasa, and Garissa Cancer Center.
How many would we need all over the country to ensure that, and then I probably you'll say in every county we need one, but how many would we need to say that we are able to combat this monster vizuri?
Yeah, actually, I do not even ask for a cancer center in every county. That is not sustainable, and you don't even need that from health economic perspectives, and even and the outreach for the number of patients you can reach in a catchment area. If we can just do one high-level comprehensive cancer center in the former regional provinces, that would have actually been really good.
Okay.
Like right now, Kisumu, I think they're working on one. If we have one there, and then we have one in the former Rift Valley, we already have Nakuru and Moi, so maybe add one more because of the population there.
Yes.
And then Central Kenya definitely needs 1 or 2. Costa's they already have one, but maybe if you want to add one more towards Kilifi and Malindi, will have been good.
Yes.
Garissa, I think, is taking care of the northern Kenya.
Yes.
And maybe Ukambani also needs one, and then maybe Upper Eastern, just one. I don't know, I wasn't counting, but I'm trying to really...
No, you've mentioned all those 8 provinces as we used to have them. And let me say this, your answer is consistent with all the other oncologists I've met.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm asking this is because we hear of these horror stories like what you've just mentioned in terms of, you're serving quite a large area of 7 million patients or potential patients. And I'm asking myself, do we, number one, have enough oncologists in that particular area that you've mentioned to serve those numbers that we...
Good question. So I'll start with my region. In Garissa Regional Cancer Center, we have 4 oncologists, which is amazing. We never thought of that one day. And there are even more students who are in postgraduate training now who will be joining us. Ukambani, they do not have a regional cancer center apart from Machakos. But did you know there's so many oncologists who are there, but they do not have the work they will have done?
What do you mean?
They do. I mean, there are not many, but I can think of few colleagues, maybe 3, 4, 5, already in that area.
In Machakos or in Ukambani?
Machakos and Ukambani, when I add 3 to 4, I think.
Yeah.
And then you go Upper Eastern, the place that I told you needs a regional cancer center. There are colleagues that I know who, of course, they're not jobless. They're working, but they're working at sub-optimum. They could have.
They're working as doctors, not as specialists.
Thank you.
So
But
Dr. why?
Yeah, I think setting up a regional cancer center is not cheap. But I think, because it's not just the brick and mortar.
Yes.
The radiotherapy machine costs around 320 million Kenyan shilling, roughly.
What?
Yeah, I could be wrong, but the numbers.
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Other people have given us such daunting figures as well.
Yeah, the machine.
You hear it and you blink.
The machine,
this is the
radiotherapy machine. No.
The radiotherapy machine. Okay.
That's the key thing. You don't
let's
need
start.
PET scan in every place.
What are the key equipment that you would need to find in a cancer center?
Perfect. Very good question. So for a comprehensive cancer center, meaning patient will not go again to continue their treatment in other part after coming there, a one-stop shop, then you need, first of all, there's a personnel, so you just need you need a minimum of 3 or 4 oncologists, again based on the population you're serving. So you might even need 10 oncologists. But let's say personnel-wise, you need an oncologist, you need nurses who are trained in oncology, you need pharmacists who are trained in oncology, you need palliative care counselors. So the whole team, a team, that's the personnel. Equipment part, you need minimum, you need to diagnose. You need to biopsy. So diagnosing, you need scans, CT scan. You need to know the stage of the cancer, so you will need a bit of CT scans, which most county hospitals do have. Maybe pathology, which means the biopsy that they take, the doctors who look under the microscope. There are very few in the peripheral counties, so we need that, because you can't diagnose cancer without identifying the cell from the normal one. So you need personnel-wise also, you need pathologists. But coming back to diagnostics, you need the machine CT scans. And then treatment now, 2 things. You need the chemotherapy, which is the IV drugs that you get, and then you need radiotherapy, because radiotherapy treats 50% of the cancers. At some point you will need it. It's for pain alleviation. It's for if you have a disease that spread to your bones and you're having painful bone and disease, you're gonna need radiotherapy, and it feels good when you get radiotherapy. So that's why. But among all these equipments and the services, the most expensive one is the radiotherapy machine.
Okay.
That's why the government has really tried to put 3, and you probably understand with all our challenges in funding and everything.
You said it costs upwards of 300 million, right? You know what? We can even say it costs 500 million Kenya shillings. But I believe we have this money.
We do. We just need to prioritize. We just need to prioritize. Again, just to give credit, we're better off than where we are, but that's not to perpetuate the mediocrity. We need to move on.
But actually, let me ask this question, because when we look at the MES, which in turn became MESS,
yes,
the thinking behind it was sound.
Yeah.
How to get equipment that ordinarily are cost prohibitive. Meaning you look at it, the thinking behind it, meaning there are people within the health field who manufacture this equipment. Not all equipment needs to be bought. Some equipment can be leased. And the equipment that we talk about, there's a proliferation of production. You will find many countries who produce the same thing. Now, it's a question of where you can get a better deal. Now, the MES was supposed to do that. And with that scheme, if all the cleverness that Kenyans have did not go into that particular process, it showed a way in which we can actually equip our hospitals to provide the equipment that we need, whether it is for cancer or for anything else that we need. Am I right in this assumption?
I think you do, because the main thing is also part of those programs, the equipment that are being leased. Unfortunately, they do not include radiotherapy machine, again, because of the cost. But I could be wrong, but in my knowledge, I don't think the radiotherapy machine are part of the least equipment.
No, I've never heard of it.
Yeah. But the CT scans, the MRIs, and all that, they are there in the county hospital. They are there. Not all counties, but they are there. Like for example, in northern Kenya, I think almost every hospital has a CT scan. Mandera, Garissa, and Wajir.
And these are functional CT scans, and they have the expertise to be able to
despite
manage
their challenges and all that, but the machine is there. And how it's optimized, the personnel-wise, are there enough radiologists to run it? This is a different story. Yes. But the machine, I think, they're there. Yeah. But the radiotherapy, I mean, it's again because of that cost factor. I don't think it's.
The reason why I mentioned this question is this.
Yes.
The way I understand it is one of the things that the West does with great electricity is they innovate.
Yeah, they do.
And they're always seeking to bring the most up-to-date equipment they can possibly find.
Yeah.
When they renovate, they even renovate beds.
Yeah, exactly.
These beds, when they renovate, the ones they use, they get rid of. Most of those things that are gotten rid of are in good repair.
Yeah.
Okay? Even the equipment we speak of, what we consider to be a new equipment may not be the latest.
Yeah.
What am I saying?
You're right.
You see where I'm going with my discussion?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
There is always, if you're innovative enough and if you allow yourself to think, these countries whom we are friendly with, some of the help they can give us is in that field.
Yeah.
Because they have them. And they change them regularly. When they change them, it's not that they've been damaged. They're working. And they can work for a long time. These equipments are not made to work for a day. They're meant to work for a very, very long time. I've always felt that within the health sector, there may be people who think, but that thinking is bottled somewhere and it never really comes out.
Please continue.
Yeah.
But continue.
Because this is a country that has human resource that any country would be proud of immensely. And if you have that abundance of human resource, it means we have an abundance of ideas. Genuinely creative people, these Kenyans. So these problems that bedevil us on a daily basis, I cannot be told convincingly that a solution cannot be found. Simply because it costs. No.
Yeah. And then I will go even extra. Did you know there's a similar concept for the drugs as well? It's called drugs repurposing.
Yes.
So chemotherapy drugs that are being used for different types of diseases at a different higher dose these days can be actually repurposed to a different cancer at a lower dose.
Yes.
And then that saves cost, improves accessibility, and even tolerance to that drug because the dose has been reduced. So those are some of the, it's called task shifting kind of things that you can do.
Task shifting.
Yeah, that you can do. That's the word, yeah.
That is the byword, yes.
Actually, we can repurpose drugs.
Yeah, you can repurpose drug. Yeah. When you get a signal from a drug that is working for a certain cancer at a certain dose, then you get, scientists keep on thinking. They look at this, this can work. Certain other cancer do have similar receptors that this drug can latch on. Maybe, but at a different biology because it's a different cancer. Then it reduces cost and the dosage and go together.
Especially if the drug has been in use for a long time.
Yes.
The cost that is attached to the patent.
Yeah.
Okay. With time.
Yeah, it expires.
It expires.
Yeah, and then generics come out.
So you can get it very cheap.
Yeah.
Case in point, if you're talking about task shifting, is Viagra. It was not developed
for erectile dysfunction.
That is a timely example. It was developed for cardiac and heart issues, especially something called arterial hypertension.
Yes.
And then the fact that they realize it really improves blood flow and everything.
Yeah.
Then,
Doctor is being polite. At the point where there was animal testing and they gave it to rats, there was some genuine electricity generating activity that those rats were involved.
And they realized, you know what? Let's try this.
And that actually has made them more money.
Than this.
Yes, actually it is one of the leading pharmaceuticals right now. Doctor, I want us to discuss policy for a second here.
Yes.
Because when I look at things like the National Infrastructure Fund, we have the Sports Fund and many other funds that are being set up for different purposes. And I'm asking myself, I know we have the Social Health Insurance Fund. However, I was looking at it from a different perspective. We can have a health fund of this nature, whereby we have a lot of monies coming in from a lot of products. Some of them we don't necessarily need. So we're talking about some of the vices that humans have. alcohol and cigarettes and many other things that, you know, the vape, the cigarettes, electric cigarettes and so on and so forth. Is it possible to actually get money from this, tax these particular products and then take that money? Because I understand, like for the National Infrastructure Fund, and this is not verifiable yet, but we might get some 2 trillion from it.
Good.
What if we can actually get similar amounts of money but for health, and then we ensure each county? Because imagine if today we were to have 2 trillion just for health alone, wouldn't we have enough cancer centers in every single county equipped with the diagnostic equipment you talked about and even treatment capabilities?
Yeah, we do because you bring up a good concept called Best Buy. WHO has this thing called Best Buy. So they put tobacco, they put a tax on it, alcohol, that tax is to 2 things. You can't also take people's right to have fun with whatever at the expense of their health, but at the same time they know this is a harm to you and to the environment and everything and to the general health and the wealth of the nation, right?
Yes.
So based on that, they put a bit of that. So big government got what they wanted, and a bit of distraction has been given to this patient.
Exactly.
And even though he's not even heeding the call. Similar thing can be done. I think all these drugs right now, we know, like the chewing mirror. I wrote an article about it.
Right.
It shows enough evidence that it damages the inner lining of your mouth, leading to DNA changes, leading to oral cancers.
Did you say DNA changes?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the
mirror.
hallmark. I mean, DNA changes the hallmark of every cancer cell.
Exactly.
Once you disrupt the inner working function of a properly functioning cell, it just mutates, and that's some of.
But Mira does this.
Mira, there is enough studies
we never
the region.
thought.
There's a study from Djibouti, Somaliland, even in Kenya, in the region, that it does disrupt the genetic makeup of the cell.
Mira is carcinogenic.
It is carcinogenic. So is tobacco.
Yeah, tobacco, we've known that for a long time.
Carcinogenic. It is carcinogenic.
Oh my.
Yeah. I mean, how many people have
Paul, just to make your data bangy.
No, you see, specifically for Mira, to be honest, whoever thought what we consider a herb can actually have this particular.
Yes, but why I mentioned cannabis sativa is because for the longest time it's been referred to as a soft drug. There's nothing soft about it.
Yeah, there is nothing. And not to mention all the social and the other repercussions that it comes with, family issues, joblessness and quality time.
The social impacts.
Yeah, idleness, so many other things, So
we can actually have a national health fund.
On this,
that can actually provide some of the solutions.
They do. I mean, they're taxing us on all other things, on houses that we are not even getting. Why don't they charge also a bit of percentage for this kind of stuff, right?
Right. Don't worry, Dr. Gikenye is in court for you to ensure that
this matter.
To ensure that your house is your house.
Yeah. I've been deducted, but I was never consulted, and I don't see any of it. Yeah.
When you begin working, if you're working for a government, the county or national, nobody consults you on the pay as you earn.
I know they don't. They don't.
For the longest time, nobody consulted you on NHIF either. It was called statutory deduction. So you just said, thank you very much. Actually, there's a discussion I'd like us to have. Because the invasive nature of cancer and the repercussion that cancer full-blown has on families and on communities, what are some of the preventative and promotive things that one can do to forestall this? Because we are always discussing cancer at the treatment level. What about preventing it? What about promoting things that will guarantee that you reduce it? Because this burden we speak of in this country was not always this high.
Yeah. So, good question. And this is $1 million question. Prevention, and that is the main theme for public health, where you'll get a big bang for your buck, as they say in the US. So if we were to spend more time and money on preventative and interventions, maybe our health, but that requires a lot. It's not only government driven. It's public, it is individual, it is culture, it is where you live, it's the social determinants of health, it's income level, it's literacy level, it's a whole minefield. The moment you see someone has cancer, there's poverty. There's so many things that fit into this algorithm. So we can't just pick cancer. HIV used to be a disease only for people, let's say we started with people who are immunosuppressed. Okay, so anyway, coming back to the question of prevention.
Let me assist you there. You're being polite. Since it's a field I worked in, the people it was looked as people who had deviant behavior.
Yeah.
Because the focus for the longest time were on men who have sex with other men.
Yeah.
Then it moved to people who had risky sexual behavior.
Sex workers.
Yes. Now and then it went on. The focus in a region like, say, Luo Nyanza specifically, was because they are the individuals we refer to as fisher folk. Now, with that came the discussion of multiple partners. Okay? So you start off with just a simple STI, and then you move on to HIV, which is also an STI. But the point being, one could see the progression. And the process of understanding it brought in the discussion of prevention. And that's where you are spot on. Because now, you then go into cultural norms, cultural behavior, because then you throw in wife inheritance. Okay? You throw in polygamy. You throw in so many things. And then with fisher folk, every port where they go to fish, they have families. Meaning, when you looked at the co-factors involved in all this, it was mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is,
So there was nothing simple about it. However, does that prevent us from thinking of how you can actually intervene?
So going on with that good analogy, I was a bit, you said...
polite. Don't be polite.
You read my mind. The whole MSM thing I didn't want to get into because I'm here to talk about cancer.
I worked in that field for something like 18 years.
So for prevention for prevention, it's a multifaceted project that the government needs to take really serious. But the government alone cannot do it. I'll be very honest with you. We need everyone on board. We need the community awareness using all these community health workers, outreach programs. We need to educate our people. We need to talk to them in their own mother tongue about cancer. There are families and cultures in this country who do not even have a name for the word cancer.
The vast majority don't actually.
Yeah, they don't. We have different... If there was a study done across Africa, and Zambia called it parasite on you. Nigeria called it... There's a paper I'll share with you that talks about the nomenclature of cancer across Africa. And it just speaks to the fact that this disease not only was not being accepted,
but not understood.
It's like a child where, you don't even want to give him a name. Probably is like... unwanted child or something. And that now will, unless we accept that it's here to stay, cancer is not rare, by the way. Research shows that in the year 2050 or even 30s, millions and millions of cancers will be in Africa more than any other continent. Do you know why? It doesn't mean we are less healthier and less wiser or less genetically susceptible. It just means the African continent is now catching up. And in the next, with the modeling of the studies and the trajectory we are going through, epidemiological shift will come from focus on infectious diseases to non-communicable diseases, including cancer, diabetes, and everything. That will be one of the reasons. The other main reason is because we're improving our cancer registries. We're catching up with the digital world. We'll probably record more. We'll keep records. You can't quote data out of your head, right? You'll have a record and cancer registries. Since now you'll be recording more, statistically, whatever you record will read more. So the biggest investment now for any even pharmaceutical company will be in Africa the next 30 years because of cancer.
All right.
Which means our burden will be very high, so we better be prepared.
You've said everyone is included in this, not just the government. And of course that means even us as a potential patients. So where does our contribution start, really?
I like this question. So start with this morning. What kind of food have you had? Lifestyle, diet changes, exercise, move your body, lose weight, stop smoking, quit alcohol if you can, or reduce the intake, get vaccinated and protect yourself from STIs, sexual transmitted disease, know your family history, go for your physical screening, annual or biannual checkup. Simple things that are reproducible. I'm not telling you to eat 2 grams of porridge and then no, those people just like the guys who go to the gym and who measure their calories. No, just simple reproducible stuff. Move your body. WHO says 30 minutes a day if you move around. If you came to your workstation and it's near where you live, just walk back instead of taking a car. Watch your weight. Watch your weight and eat healthy, reduce alcohol, quit. I don't like to say reduce smoking, quit smoking. Even this one I'm a bit shy from eat because of my own faith, but I know there are people who enjoy their pint.
Yeah.
But it's not doing you a favor either. It's not doing you a favor either, because it's gonna cancer. Can I tell you, alcohol and cigarette combined alone contributes to 50% of all cancers. 50% of all cancers. You better write that down.
Alcohol and cigarettes.
Yeah, alone. Yeah, because look. Head and neck cancers. I'm talking about back of the nose, the tongue, the voice box cancer, all these things. Most of it are caused by tobacco and cigarettes. Lung cancer, even though there are types that are not caused by a cigarette, but majority still. Yeah, so simple thing. So prevention. The other thing I forgot is and have probably an health insurance, because once cancer gets diagnosed, it really leads to something called financial toxicity. People talk about drug toxicity, that it bothers your body, but financial toxicity and catastrophic spending that breaks families, and those are the main things that really, if you do not have even an insurance, as much as people talk about SHA and everything, I don't want to speak for them, is that cancer patients also do benefit, to be honest, especially in the regional cancer centers. They pay for chemo, radio, and everything. So at Garissa Cancer Center, we've made it mandatory for anyone who is diagnosed and who comes to seek care in our hospital, in our center, to be registered. And they will really know the value of it. Before that, they didn't even know what's the point of this whole insurance thing. So it's just literacy and poverty and so many things that really feeds into the cancer burden of this country.
What is our capacity for diagnosing cancers at like say a level 2 hospital or clinic?
Beautiful question. Very low. Maybe, for doctors, we're trained not only to use scans and biopsies to diagnose cancer. We're taught something called clinical history and physical examination. That trumps everything. Even in the West, where they're so developed, we don't start with CT scan and PET scan. You sit to the person next right here. Okay, tell me how long this lump was on your neck. Is it growing? Do you think it's increasing in size? Is it painful? Okay. Do you have a family history of cancer? Okay. Or if she had a breast lump and you're trying to you examine as well, is it hard, fixed? Is it mobile? We know which ones are hormonal related growths and which ones are cancerous, just by examining them. And you put that coupled with the history, you get like a detective, a 50% average of what to work with. And then now the 60 to 70 is now confirming with a biopsy. And then the remaining now is to confirm with scan. Then that's how you feel the 100%. It doesn't mean everything is scanned.
I agree with you, because the other details you've mentioned, the scanning, the biopsy and all that, you now want to determine exactly what it is. You have an idea, but you want to rule out
exactly
what it is and what it isn't.
Exactly. Now, and at the capacity for the level 2, based on physical exam and clinical and good clinical acumen, they can catch a lot. And we have good clinical officers who are foot soldiers who work in most of those centers, and even medical officers. So they are doing very well, but sometimes their hand might be tied, because they will probably have to send the patient again to another place for scan, and then now they're lost to follow up. And then they come later on with advanced disease.
Yes.
This is what I was talking about. Distance to care. I did something, my fellowship in research was on health service research. Who gets what at what time and to what distance. And I have a famous quote: your zip code is more important than your genetic code. Where you live determines actually what kind of cancer treatment you get. Because I'll give you a very classic scenario. Someone comes in northern part of Kenya or Turkana or Bomet or far-flung areas, right? They come they have a lump, or she had a vaginal bleeding. Could be a cervical cancer, potentially. They come to the nearest hospital. They can't get the biopsy and everything. They're told, go to Nairobi, because she has competing social life and kids to attend to and work to go to and a husband to attend to, or vice versa. She will just take it. Okay, I can't do this. Genuinely, she has no money to go to Nairobi. Now, 1 year later, she can't hold it anymore, because the growth has become so big. She has become very emaciated. She has lost a lot of blood. Now she has to come, whether hook or crook. At what stage? Way higher than what she will have been captured in the first time. That is a scenario of distance to disease stage. Cost and travel versus disease outcome is another thing I want to tell you. Now, someone is told, they mean it well for their health. They decide even to take that easy coach, whatever, from Nairobi. To Nairobi. wanakuja KNH or any big hospital. KNH is even a bit cheaper. They call a little bit maybe private. They're told do this, and for this cost you have to pay 100K. That's the scans, biopsies, and everything. He's never had 100K as even family income in their whole life. What do? On top of that, that is just the health-related cost. There's something called indirect cost. They come to Nairobi, they need a hotel. Maybe they'll end up even looking for a cheap one. They need food. They need transportation. There's no free transportation in this country. So add all that. Can you imagine the indirect and the direct health cost? People don't even talk about that.
Yes.
Food. Where is he going to get food from? He only came to see the doctor. That doesn't mean he has his stomach full.
And you don't have relatives.
You don't have relatives. He's never even been to Nairobi. Cost to travel to disease outcome. So decentralizing saves that. Now I've painted two terrible pictures. Let me paint a beautiful picture now from my own experience. A mother comes from nearby Garissa outskirts. She gets bleeding down there, or a lump, or a big mass on her neck, or maybe she. And then, I think you should go to the doctor. Where should I go? Maybe go to the big hospital in Garissa. It takes her maybe maximum, let's say, 1 hour to come to Garissa. She comes there. She speaks her own language with her own people. She gets cultured, tailored care. She gets to see someone like me at that center. Can you imagine? And then I diagnose her. She gets the CT scan in the same one-stop shop, the biopsy and everything. And she gets treated at Garissa. This is just an example.
Yes.
And disease has been catched very early. That has not spread. The outcome is amazing. She has good quality of life, alleviation of pain and suffering at the minimal cost of travel, food, and all the unnecessary and direct cost. So this is why devolved, the way they kept saying devolution works. I'm saying decentralized cancer care works.
Yeah.
If it is well funded and taken care of.
And this is the ideal situation, though, but it's not.
It's not, though. It's not.
But you see, the whole idea of devolution was to present a scenario such as the one the good doctor has presented. That was the thinking. And that is why you have the equitable... That's why county governments are funded.
Yeah.
See, everything about devolution was supposed to ensure that the services that you need from your government is brought closer to you. Something you can reach, and again, you'll be, as you put it correctly, you're in an environment where you feel understood.
Yeah.
You know, you will probably even meet people you know. It's something that makes it easy on your psyche, makes it easy on your pocket. It suits your purpose in every way.
Yes.
Now,
alternatively, I could say decentralize what can be decentralized, centralize what can be centralized, but have a nice digital referral system talking to each other as a hub and spoke model, sort of. That's also another good thing.
Oh, no, that, my friend, when I said no, I should have said, oh, yes. And the reason why I should have said, oh, yes, is because when you consider what the information age can do for you.
Yeah, definitely.
All you require is somebody who understands, who's an expert in one place. That digital consultative process will save you a lot of bother.
Yeah.
So there's a question here, Daktari. Someone is saying, is this true that some cancers are high in some regions? For example, esophageal cancer is higher in parts of Eldoret as compared to other places.
Excellent, yeah, that's very true. It's called epidemiology. Diseases for different people and different places.
All right.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
And Japan has the highest incidence of stomach cancer for some reason. Maybe related to the environment, their food, and their genetic makeup. Where I work at Garissa Regional Cancer Center in the entire northern part of Kenya, the common cancer among male and female combined is head and neck or cancer of the food pipe.
How? Why?
Because it's a different people, sort of like culturally, diet, right? Genetic makeup, environmental exposure, where you live, and everything. You come to Nairobi. You come to Nairobi. Most common cancers among female is probably breast and then cervical cancer.
Yes.
It's the same pattern with HIV and AIDS.
Like
So Eldoret is true, and Bomet, this whole head and neck and esophageal meaning cancer of the food pipe.
Yes,
is very common among pastoralist community. I've written a research about it on the landscape of cancer care in northern Kenya, and what we found was mostly people from rural and nomadic community, pastoralist community. there's a signal there. We don't have enough funding. I wish we could have gotten funding to get to the bottom of it, go to where these people live, check their water, their urine, their animal. There's something called animal health. The health of the people and the animal tied together is called One Health. Veterinary people should come on board, public health, oncologists, cancer researchers, and epidemiologists, people who can check the lab, urine sample, blood sample, the water they use, so many things. So Bomet, it has a similar incidence of esophageal cancer with northern Kenya. The only common denominator is probably they're both pastoralists, semi-nomadic community, I don't know,
when you say diet, I was under the impression that sisi watu kulanga the same thing. Githeri in Kitui is the same githeri in
Not
Garissa.
exactly, man. Nobody eats githeri that much as you eat in northern Kenya. It's different. It's different.
Ugali here and ugali in Marsabit should be the same.
Yeah, but the environment is different.
Yes.
These people are very different. They live in different environment. They have a different. In Nairobi, you don't herd cattle and camels. These guys, you'll see a young man, very fit and lean and masculine. He has no diabetes.
Yes.
He has no hypertension, but he has throat cancer, or what you guys call, throat cancer. You do a biopsy, it's confirmed it's esophageal cancer. Now you ask yourself, similar guy in Nairobi for his age doesn't have it.
Yes.
So clearly, even if it's a confounding factor, it has to be where he lives and what he is up to.
Yes.
Okay? And you see that, okay, for another example, City, I want to tell you is like you see a lady who has cancer of the tongue, or let's even say head and neck cancer in general. In developed world, Europe, US, the risk factor for that kind of disease is very well documented. It's alcohol and chronic smoking.
Okay.
Or maybe a bit of viruses that go into your mouth and stuff like that. You go at Garissa Cancer Center, you see mothers who have never chewed miraa,
yes,
who've never smoked. Culturally, they don't. It's the men who do that. They don't eat even these whole, people talk about hot tea or whatever.
They don't take alcohol.
They don't take alcohol.
Yeah.
The culture of the Somalis is not, women don't take hot tea. In fact, they pour it back and forth. With
they cool it
cups.
down.
Yeah. It's men who are herders who have no time and they've got to catch up with the camels. They drink it very fast. Okay?
Yes.
But she has cancer of the tongue. How do you explain a white woman in the US who has similar disease and a woman in northern Kenya has a similar disease completely?
They have nothing in common.
Yes. You see, as a researcher now, there's a signal there. You need to find out. But we keep waiting as if answers will drop from the sky. Research is not funded, We don't give in and implement and empower our own researchers locally. Funding is a problem. We need to really have research something called research. What is it called? Patriotism.
Yeah. Apart from government, who else does proper cancer research funding in let me talk about my country, Kenya.
Yeah. So research in Kenya is, let me even talk about globally.
Yes.
Globally, did you know Africa has the highest burden of cancer and has less than 5% of research funding? And it's like proportional, it's like disproportionate.
Imbalance.
We have the highest burden of cancer.
And we have the least
on the
funded. Yeah. And we have the list. Not Kenya, I'm talking about Africa.
Yes.
Africa has the highest burden of cancer disease, but has the lowest funding, and treatment availability and everything. Vice versa. In Kenya, research funding, there is a bit of small progress. We're trying. There is a National Cancer Institute that gives out some grants for research, but most of the researchers in Kenya are externally funded. I'm not going to lie to you,
So, Daktari, again, the question, and you've said there's imbalance.
Yeah.
Why?
I think priorities. We need to put our money
in the
right place.
Maybe let me rephrase this question. Whoever is funding the rest of the world, is it their governments? Therefore, their governments are performing better than our governments in Africa.
Yeah.
So their governments are funding better.
Yeah, their government fund their own local research, and they also fund international researchers who are not even their citizens. But again, that speaks to the whole country's GDP, economy. You can't give money that you need, right, to someone else. So maybe if we improve, research, protected research funding, with the specific institutions that are given that job to really have feedback and a return on investment for the research. Every year they ask, how many research have you guys funded? That actually led to actionable intervention that led to this number of lives saved, or this number of women screened, this number of women downstage from stage 4 to stage 1 by doing this in screening intervention, which is funded. We need this kind of framework. There are all these kind of framework in the Ministry of Health, but I don't know, man. It's just you don't see the effect on the ground. But I think we need to improve.
And I have a feeling you know the truth. You're just being you're being economical with the answer. But I understand. You see, because the reason I'm saying this is the reason I'm bringing in this up is because I look at our priorities. Obviously, we cannot have 100% patriotism like you're putting it. But I would expect it to be way above average, at the very least at 90%.
Paul.
Yes, sir.
Theft of public resources is a national pastime.
3 billion daily, but continue.
And it is prevalent among individuals who are elected and whose job it is to protect those resources. So, the patriotism is to themselves. They're patriotic, all right, but it is to themselves. And the cost of what they do in relation to the people whose livelihood and health they should actually be protecting is lost on them completely. The focus is on this singular activity of theft. Okay? It's not, it's appropriation of funds, it's theft. Because, it is theft. It is theft. When people plan, budget, ensure that there actually is a project, and that project is done shoddily at the highest cost possible, it is theft.
You can just extrapolate how other projects are funded and then just think about research, cancer research funding and appropriation in Kenya. I think you get the answer.
But that's the heart of the matter, really. Because you tell me. My question is usually this. I don't understand why it is that all these people, whether they are so-called united opposition, not so united, just generally village opposition and government, why it is that every time a conversation is being had about an election, they seem to think that we are discussing how they should talk about each other. The election is supposed to determine who it is who is going to look after the welfare of the citizens of the country for the next 5 years. That's really the discussion. Do you hear them telling you about the plan they have for the lives of the citizenry? If cancer is on the rise, should that not be a very serious discussion?
It should.
Should education not take center stage? It takes center stage when somebody is pointing a finger at somebody in government who hasn't done what they're supposed to do. That's the discussion. But these other individuals never come up with an alternative plan which could actually work. You see, for instance, there are cancer types, right? The cancer, the esophageal cancer that we're talking about, if you read a little bit about it, you'll be told it is caused by a certain type of cancer. That cancer, that cell is prevalent on this continent. In the Western world, there is a certain cancer type that is prevalent there. Okay?
But the same organ.
Yes. And then they'll tell you that they are what you call the risk factors. Okay? Oddly enough, when you read, hot tea is actually considered one of the risk factors. Oddly enough. Tobacco is considered one of the risk factors. Alcohol is considered one of the risk factors. Now, it isn't as though if you don't drink and you don't smoke, you will not get cancer. See, that's where the problem arises. You come across somebody who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't chew tobacco,
Still,
doesn't do
you
anything.
get it. I just gave you an example of the lady.
So then the discussion of genetics comes in. So then you ask, okay, what is it about the genetics? Now, if money was spent on research, that question would be answered. And then we'd know exactly what to do.
Exactly. We keep exporting research. Okay. I'm going to say something very controversial. It's not controversial, but it's thought-provoking.
Yes.
The guidelines we use here in Kenya to treat our patients, even though we're all humans and we probably have a similar, not so similar biology of the cancer disease. Do you know it's all American guidelines, European guidelines?
It is.
Which is a higher standard anyway, but it has its own limitations because it's been framed for a population that has everything that they can get at a one-stop shop, who have a good screening programs, who have treatment to their, to their disposal at the nearest cancer center, who have enough decentralized cancer system. Sometimes we, as clinicians, we always struggle. We are told, do these PET scan if someone, but PET scan is not available in Garissa or Turkana. So we end up, tailoring it to our needs.
Okay.
But if we were to do our own research locally, maybe we might need a lower dose than what the white man is using to treat his cancer. Or maybe the same woman, Kenyan woman and a US woman, maybe does not need the same type of disease, treatment or even identification. Maybe there's something cheaper we can use.
Take it even further. They don't even need the same dosage of medicine.
Dosaging, exactly. That's what I said. Yeah.
I mean,
but that cannot be done without research.
Yeah.
That cannot be done without research.
In the absence of research, you'll be stargazing.
Let me ask you, Dr. If you were to conduct research, how much money would you need, for instance? And give me a rough figure.
A ballpark number.
Yes, ya kusaidia kuangalia esophageal cancer yenye inafanyika huko.
Good question.
Ushago.
Well, that needs a bit of budgeting because it's not only but it's nothing that the Kenyan government cannot support.
Yeah.
Something sometimes.
Yes.
By the way, I don't need to go to a lab and take blood and look. That comes later on. Do you know the easiest, simple, like I was telling you how to prevent cancer?
Yes.
It's not by, I don't know, it's like totally walk, eat well, lose weight, and get vaccinated, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
Similar thing, if this disease was to be known today, what is causing, I just told you.
Yes.
You just need a small outreach program, meet with these people in where they live first of all. Because the disease happens in where you live, right? See their lifestyle, spend time with them, educate them on early detection. You see someone who has an ability to swallow and they're just sitting with it. Because by the way, it's supposed to be like this, the lumen of the esophagus, something grows inside here, becomes like this, becomes
it constricts.
So you start, first of all, you can't swallow meat. Then it comes maybe rice. Then it comes uji or porridge. You see, the luminal blockage is similar to the consistency of the diet that you can take as the time goes.
Yes.
Next, you can swallow water. Next, you can swallow your own saliva. I see in the clinic women who come with a black pepper spitting as they're talking. Even their own saliva, they can't swallow.
And that by that time, they're getting emaciated by the day.
Of course, they're emaciated because the nutrition is proportional to intake. Now, she comes there. Why? Because she's poor. She can't leave her kids. And you haven't sorted her social life. You haven't sorted her poverty. So all these things is called social determinants of health. Where you live determines whether you live. Okay, and the type of disease you get. This has been documented all over the world. It's called social determinant of health. Your literacy level will make you different and come earlier stage than a woman who has never gone to school. Your income level different. Poverty, you prioritize. Sasa wewe uko na 100 shilling. Will you go see a doctor who is asking for a 1,000 consultation fee, or you'll feed your child?
Of course, you'll feed your child.
And then that leads to the disease you have progressing. Cost is a form of disease progression. Distance is a form of disease progression. That's what I tell people.
So, roughly how much? Are we talking about $1 billion for research?
Nah, man. Small grants, micro grants for something called early young investigators or researchers. You just need 3 million, 4 million. You can even start with that. Very simple.
3 million inafanya watu endelea kukufa.
Well, that will not get you the answer, but
at least you will start.
Actually, it will give you the foundational background on which you can now build whatever
something
it is that you're looking into. But you start with a certain understanding. So as you move forward, you know what it is you're looking into.
Because you can't research on people you haven't even gone and visit them. What are you talking about? Like you need to know where they live, how they live, because lifestyle tied at the hip on the disease. Very. Kama umzae anakula miraa every day and you want to cancel miraa chewers to avoid and the risk. Where do you go? You go to miraa base first? You don't go to a lab and look at the leaf of the miraa, right? You can do that later.
Find out why they do what they do.
Ask them, why do you do this? Do you know the harms that you're getting yourself into? And ask them, what is it that you will have done different that will have really stopped you from chewing this? How can I help you so that you don't do this?
Yeah.
But that's what you need to do.
Okay, Dr. What we normally do, those of us who are social scientists, we ask you, what do you enjoy from this?
Yeah, exactly.
What benefits do you derive from chewing this?
Yeah.
They'll tell you happily.
Yeah, happily.
Lucas Isaboki amesema this regime came in power to finish Kenyans. You know what, Daktari? Thank you so much for your time.
For sure.
We have been enlightened, a good one. And perhaps from this conversation, someone has picked it up. And I'm hoping the government will pick it up so that we can actually do that. 3 million. 3 million okupatie tusaidie na hii cancer research. Sindio?
Yeah. If I can give once 40-second parting shot to Kenyans.
Please do.
Take a minute, okay.
Yeah.
And how can you help yourself prevent or treat or early or about cancer in this country? If you are listening, if for whatever age you are in, let's say 25 and above, young man, whatever, do the list. And if you are struggling with weight, lose weight. if you're eating very bad food and processed food and
Change
a lot
diet.
of energy drinks, just stop that. Eat healthy stuff. If you're a young woman, if you're not been vaccinated against HPV-related cervical cancer, go for screening. If you have your mama who is above 40 who has never gone for breast cancer screening, please just take her. She doesn't need to be qualified. Age is the only qualification.
Yeah.
And the fact that she's your mom, I'm sure she's probably 40 and 45. Just take her annually once. And if there's something bothering you in your body that you have been ignoring, just don't ignore anymore. Go to the doctor.
Yes.
If you don't have health insurance, not that you sit there and prepare for diseases, you can enjoy your life, but get something as simple as even SHA or even the other thing. If you have your old papa who has been struggling with urine and maybe bone pain, don't keep saying he has arthritis. Go see, it could be something else.
Yes.
Because urine and all that sometimes issues, something, a prostate issues, whatever. And in summary, I think don't ignore your body. Your body is giving you a lot of signals. Yeah, but don't also be obsessed and waiting for cancer diagnosis. Enjoy life.
Right. My mother is a cancer survivor, and this is what she has to say about this interview.
Lovely.
I like this Dr. Omar. He is knowledgeable in this field. We need him again to talk more on this.
Thank you.
So coming
We'll
from
come
a
back. We'll come back.
cancer survivor,
Yeah.
and I'm sure there
Appreciate
are
it.
other
Yeah.
survivors perhaps and even patients listening.
Tutakuita
tena daktari.
Thank you.
Karibu
Thank you
tena
for having
sana.
me. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. Appreciate
Folks, enjoy your weekend. Lady Mathai and Rani Abdi coming up in the next hour to have an amazing show called The Retro Box. As for me and City Muga, tunasema kwaheri.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission has warned Kenyans that hate speech shared on social media is punishable by law, just like words spoken offline, as the country faces rising online hostility. In a public awareness poster released on Thursday, the Commission said digital platforms do not protect users from responsibility and urged Kenyans to behave responsibly when using phones and computers. The message titled Hate Speech Online is Still Hate Speech stresses that abusive messages sent behind scenes can still lead to legal